Yes, I said, wonderful, what do you got? They said, we got ham. They give them, I said, no pork. He said, we don't have any pork. We got ham, we got bacon, we got some of those. I said, oh, yes, welcome to the Mexico. I want to know why they got a waste of me.
Coming from the south.
Yeah.
Sweet tea, right?
The old joke is when Grandma died, in her recipe box, the first thing on the card said, depending on what I died of, you may want to cut the lard in half. You want to?
You okay? Good. Like your boots. Those are nice and spiffy.
Well, I know I'm standing in the back, so I already got that part figured out. do this one step at a time, man. There we go. Now,
He started at 9:07. It took 6 minutes for 26 minutes. Right, yeah, he read all of those things.
Test, test, test.
you got a door to get out of, but you don't have to pass one.
We're here to announce the first people fined for being late are Councilman Perry and Council Lady Beth. Both be fined for being late.
They said they can't hear you. The microphone's on.
All right, well, you're lucky. Red button.
Now you're
Oh, now, 1, 2, 3.
No, you gotta have it closer than that, or you're not gonna hear it. It has to be right in front.
Probably gonna adjust the
Yeah. That's up.
I don't have anything to say.
Still can't hear you.
1. There you go.
Good.
Hey.
Please, please do me a favor.
Put it on your tab.
Good evening. Please bear with me and my fellow councilmen. Some of us are experienced and some of us aren't. I think we'd like to start this morning's session. We'll have Councilman Perry lead us in prayer, and we'll have Councilman Best lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You stand with me, please. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we do thank you for this evening, Lord, that you have given us together, Lord. As we start a new chapter in the history of Roswell, Lord, I pray that you'd give us wisdom as a governing body, Lord, to look at the things that are necessary for our community, that we can strive to have good safety, good infrastructure, good welfare for our community. Now, Lord, I pray that you would be with our men and women who are in harm's way as troops, Lord, that are fighting, Lord, to continue for our freedoms across the world. Lord, also for those, Lord, that are in governance above us, Lord, that you give them wisdom as well. Pray at this time you'd bless us all. We pray in Christ's name. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep. No, we can always pray first. Okay, if we...
May I ask, we have two citizens in the room that have written down to speak, but they did not put down what item they wish to speak on. So would William Robles and Cisco Gonzalez please come over to the clerk table? Let us know which items you wish to speak on. Thank you, Mayor.
Just ask the clerk. Oh, she's over there working, I guess. Action item. Okay. Okay, and Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Or I assume you do that.
Counselor Robert Corn. Here. Counselor Arnold. Counselor Sanchez.
Here.
Yeah.
Counselor Corn Best. Here. Counselor Foster. Present. Counselor Halverson. Counselor Oropesa.
Here.
Counselor Perry.
Here.
Counselor Moore.
Here.
Counselor Heldenbrand.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Okay, the first item we have is approval of the agenda. Is there any objections to the agenda that we have? Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented with a few changes. From speaking with staff, the Admiral Beverage Corporation items are not quite ready for council, and the request has been made to withdraw item number 6 from public hearings, to remove item 10 and item 11 and item 12. All 4 of those are with the Admiral Beverage Corporation, but to continue with the rest of agenda as presented, to include the consent items of the resolutions, the resolutions of 13 through 14, the action of Proposed Ordinance 2207 for advertisement, and the request 16 through 24 is recorded.
So, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Moore. Is there any objection? Seeing none,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, items number 6, 10, 11, and 12 are being withdrawn.
Yes.
And what was the rest of that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Corn, the other items are just as follows on the agenda. And might I say with that motion that those are not just withdrawn to go away, those are withdrawn to come back to council at another council meeting.
Why don't you just table them?
Table would keep them here at this current meeting.
No, for consideration at a later date. Once on the table, you can bring it up next meeting.
Refer to our council on that as to what the best preference is.
No, that's not true.
You have an option to either achieve the same outcome by removing them from the agenda or by, when you get to that item, moving to postpone it to a later date. They have the same effect, but by doing it all at the agenda, you don't have to then do each one individually when you get to that item.
I don't care, just to
Okay, so that's,
work
Well,
about
we'll-
it, that's all.
we'll continue holding these over till the next meeting. So we have a motion and a second to approve the agendas with items 6, 10, 11, and 12 removed from the agenda and held over to the next meeting. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, so ordered. Okay, so now we have,
Sure.
I probably, Mr. Conley had signed up to speak on items 10, 11, and 12.
Mayor,
Yes,
can I have a moment on another agenda item?
yes.
Okay, item 24, move the city clerk to the first plot space because we have a temporary in that office, and I think we need to get somebody permanent in there, just PDQ, and then list the others in the following order, being city clerk, then the city treasurer, and the police officer, that I assume's the chief of police. I'm not sure the way it's drafted here. Of course, I think the state law is drafted a little crazy too, so.
Point of order, Mayor, we've already approved the agenda, so it's 24 is 24. We've got to move on.
That would, we have approved the agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to point out that my queue's been on continuously since we started discussion at the first, but whatever, you're the boss. Tell me what you
Well,
want to do.
that's true.
That's, it says in queue. Does my name appear in front of you, sir?
That's true.
Okay, thank you.
That's true.
I'm getting lots of coaching down here, Mayor. I don't know if it's good coaching or not good,
You
but
need to push his name and it will disappear from
Well, he's gone now. Well, if you will, bear with me, please. Councilman Corn's name was up there, and I assumed that was for waiting till later, and that was my mistake. So if you would bear with me, we could, if, the agenda has been, approved, I think you could make a separate motion to move that item to the first on the agenda of that. And if we approve it, I think that would be sufficient. If you would, Mr. Representative, excuse me, back to old times, Councilman Corn, if you would care to make your motion.
playing with lots of
You're on
buttons,
there,
folks.
yeah,
Hope you bear with us. It's kind of fun. We got lots of options up here.
Okay, would you like to make your motion?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I'd like excuse me, Mr. Mayor and the City Council, I'd like for them to consider moving the order in item 24. I don't know, maybe I'm being too strict on this stuff. We could have done it when we got there, I don't know. But move the city clerk up, and in support of that motion, we have a temporary person in that position now, And we need to consider a permanent person first. We have people that are already filling the office of police officer and city treasurer, so I would move it to number 1, treasurer number 2, police officer number 3.
Is there any objection to moving that, changing the order on item 24, moving the city clerk to number 1, and then
Point of order, Mayor, we don't have a second.
I'm trying to,
there's,
Okay.
excuse me,
I'll second it.
well,
This
is,
thing's not working.
It's,
Yeah, it's not an
It's-
agenda item, it won't work. You have
oh,
to
it's
work.
not an agenda, okay. Well, Senator, Representative, Councilman Oropesa, I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. Councilman Oropesa,
Second it.
you would second the motion. And so we have a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, yes, ma'am.
I have a question of the importance of, the relevance of that. It's not like that when if we vote, the person's gonna go start working when we vote right that minute, so it doesn't matter if it's at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting. I'm just asking the important, I mean, I'm not sure why we need to move the order, because she's not gonna start working when we make the motion, so it doesn't matter if we do it now or if we do it, as long as it's on the agenda, I see. So I don't understand why we need to move it to the beginning. Is there I'm just asking.
Councilman Corn, would you care to elaborate on your motions on why?
Well, we don't have, I mean, I understand they're not gonna go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we've got a temporary person that's filling that role right now. And I happen to know that, the busy lady, she has lots of hats she wears. This is just another hat she has to wear. And I'd like to just put that up there to show how important the position is. And it's empty, so let's go ahead and step forward and get it filled. I mean, I don't know. We haven't voted on it yet. We're just trying to get through the cotton picking agenda. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, as far as the order of selection, I would have to agree with Councilman Moore that whether she's 1, 2, or 3, it wouldn't make any difference, or whoever it is 1, 2, or 3, wouldn't make any difference because they probably would not perform any duties today. And we have an appointed clerk, and they would have to be notified, so we'd have to get a contract, so it wouldn't make any difference. But we have a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded. Let's see, did I ask for a roll call vote, or would you rather, okay. If you'd rather have a roll call vote, we can do so by a show of hands. Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. So now, I would just like to say, Mr. Conley did come to sign up to talk on items 10, 11, and 12. And I know we're not going to discuss that. If there's something important that he can't hold, that he would like to say, I would give him that opportunity to speak in those items before we go. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Conley, for being here, and thank you for waiting, and we'll see you at the next meeting for sure. So, okay. Okay, now we have, Mr. Horn, are you still here? Okay, Mr. Horn is gone. We have Cisco Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, if you'd please. Oh, I'm sorry, well, okay, well, they're not. Okay, okay. No, not agenda items. These are here. Yeah.
I'm going to introduce myself. My name is William Robles. I'm a property owner here in Roswell. This is Cisco Gonzalez. Him and his dad are owning and operating Cheryl's Boots, the old Payless shoe store on South Main. As an owner and as a renter, we've been having a lot of issues with vandalism, a lot of broken glass. We've gone through this process 3-4 times in the last 5 months. Currently have some broken glass there now in the value of about roughly $2,000. I know there's an issue with the homeless. I'm not looking to vacate the homeless from the area because I know there's a need for them and the services they receive in the area. But we're trying to determine if there's a way the city or the council or anybody in Roswell can assist us in creating a little bit more of a secure area by putting up some cameras, maybe some better lighting. You have the Arroyo that's access to the homeless, and they go down there and they do a lot of mischievous things. It's opened up, it's fenced, but it's actually open, and we're trying to determine if it's possible to close that off or fence it off. And maybe some additional police presence in the area, and if at all possible, to set up some type of fund to assist in a lot of the vandalism and damage going on in that area. I don't know what avenues to take, so this is my start. And Cisco can introduce himself and tell you a little bit about himself.
Yeah, my name is Francisco Gonzalez, and yeah, my family, we own Cheryl's Boots. We've been operating in Roswell for about 1.5 years now, and since the beginning of the year is when we moved into the new store. You know, we've been having to deal with issues, you know, that no business owner wants to deal with, you know, having their hard work torn down, you know, windows broken, property theft, things like that. And it's not just about us and our store and our property, it's also, you know, for the city, you know, because that little area is like right in downtown, and, you know, we get a lot of tourists in there too as well. And we know that's a venue for like tourism, people to explore more downtown, stuff like that. So we think also cleaning up that area and having it more under control is not only gonna, you know, benefit the local business owners, but also the city, because, you know, we're right in downtown, and it's dirty, you know, it's sloppy down there, and we're right in downtown, and we just feel like we can do a better job having that area cleaned up, and that is all.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Robles. We will do everything within our power to see if we can't get a little more patrols. Ask the patrolman to look at that. Councilman Alverson.
Has anyone reached out to Grace Martinez with the Neighborhood Watch Program at the Roswell Police Department?
No.
I suggest,
Not
okay.
as of yet, but I was directed there. I just spoke to the engineer. He was saying that Arroyo is not so much a city issue. It's a river. I don't know who manages that. But it'd be a start to close that off or put a hinged gate there, because you do have fencing there. But that access point gets you right underneath that river bed and underneath that viaduct, and that's where they're doing a lot of stuff, and they kind of work their way down there and dissipate from there, and they kind of squander off. And some lighting, I would think, some better lighting in that area, in that back area.
Yeah, and
would
I'm
make
not
a
sure,
difference.
Ms. Best was mentioning the Rivers County.
Yes, ma'am, the river is county, and we have our flood control commissioner sitting right here. Maybe he can step up and do something there, but.
Yeah, there is fencing there, but there's an area there about 10, 12 feet long, excuse me, that you have access to the arroyo and underneath that bridge, and that's where a lot of mischievous things are going on. So I don't know if you can just gate that off and secure it. That would probably offset some of that.
Your problem with, excuse me, your problem with securing it is you're gonna end up with trapped people if that has a flash flood. Also, you're gonna end up with trash under there that is gonna
Yeah.
Not necessarily pull the bridge down, but harm it in some way if there is a major flash flood.
Yeah, well, there's a
Joe,
lot
do
of
you
trash
have
underneath your town.
You have a question?
Excuse me, ma'am, we'll run through the chair.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have representatives of the police department in the room and representative of community development. What I would ask before we let these gentlemen get out of this room, if we can have them talk with both of them, we'll schedule up a meeting, we'll go inspect the site, we'll go and determine exactly what all we can try to accomplish to help meet that goal. I think that would be better in order to kind of come to terms with exactly how to fix this issue. So I would love to have them talk with our representatives from the police department and community development, and then we'll work on a solution together.
Sounds good,
Okay.
thank you.
That sounds good. If they'll get with you when you leave. Councilman Arnold?
Yes, actually, so I am a councilwoman for Ward 1 and Oropesa as well.
Right.
I think we would probably enjoy a meeting with you, city manager, if you can include us on that meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Oropesa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have talked to Mr. Robles over the phone, and we do have a meeting tomorrow for the neighborhood watch at the Spring River Park, and Grace, or Officer Grace Fresquez is going to be there. And so if you would like, you can also come to that meeting and talk to Mrs., or Officer Fresquez and see if there's anything that the neighborhood watch can get involved and possibly come up with some kind of solution.
That'd be good. We're just looking for avenues. I've never gone through this process, so I'm just trying to figure out the process and who to speak to and how we can resolve some of the issues. Hopefully together as a community. But there's a lot of potential there. It's a nice little park. It's been neglected for a long time, but I imagine if you bring some beauty and some revitalization to the community, it can grow into something positive.
Councilman Hildebrand?
Mr. Knapp, I would like a report on that meeting that you're having with these people presented to the council so that we know what your solution
sir.
is. Thank you.
Yes, and I would encourage you, our neighborhood watches has had great results working with the neighborhood watch program. Okay. Next item we have on the agenda is Ms. Mackey.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council, I wanted to introduce some representatives from Job Corps. If you're not aware, if you had not seen that, Natasha Mackey, one of our previous city councilors, has become the responsible chair of Job Corps, and so she's coming back in. She regrets that she was not able to attend with us today, but she has members of her team here. And so I'll introduce Candy Nunez, and she'll take care of the rest of her team, and they'll give you an update on what all the good things that Job Corps is doing. So, Candy?
Thank you, Mr. Ned. Good evening, Mayor Jennings, council members. My name is Dave Lawrence, and I'm here from the Roswell Job Corps Center. Ms. Candy Nunez is our Outreach and Admissions Counselor. Maria Torrado is our Work-Based Learning Coordinator. And we're not here to have any complaints. We just want to spend a few minutes and talk about the wonderful hidden secret that the Roswell Job Corps is here right in the town of Roswell. So we're going to take a few minutes to kind of go through those things. Currently, there are about 123 Job Corps in the nation. And we are very, very fortunate to have a wonderful center right here in Roswell, New Mexico. Out on the old Walker Air Force Base, just north of the airport. Job Corps, for those that don't know, is a vocational program that services young men and women ages 16 to 24. We also service young men and women older than that also have disabilities. So we are a full vocational program that does offer an academic piece to our trainees. And our mission at the Roswell Job Corps is to get these young men and women in, train them, and allow them to leave our program and find quality jobs and be productive community members of any community they go back to. So a little bit about the Roswell Job Corps Center. Established back in the early 70s. Right now, our projected OBS, which is our onboard strength for the number of students we can have on our center year-round, is 178. So we are low in those numbers, so we are in full recruitment mode, not only for students, but some of our staff vacancies that we have as well. The nice thing about the Roswell Job Corps Center is that it is a full residential center. We recruit from up in north, Clovis, Carlsbad, all over the state of New Mexico, and also in some East Texas. Most of our students who come to us and qualify, which Ms. Candy will talk about in a little bit, are residential students. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. 3 meals a day. We train from 8 o'clock to 3:30 every day. And I'll talk a little bit about our trades that we offer here in a moment. So we offer those facilities. We have a full wellness facility, takes care of dental, vision, everything our students might need, our trainees might need. We have a full recreation center out there, gym, movie theater, weight room, the whole 9 yards. So a lot of great opportunities for young men and women who may not have had may not have been productive in public schools or may have some issues at home. We also look at homeless students who may need to come to Job Corps and get that type of training. So at the Roswell Job Corps Center, we offer automotive technician program. We also offer electrical wiring, building construction technology, painting. We also offer, and we have a partnership with ENMU Roswell, where we offer the CNA program, the EMT program, and also a business program. So we intake students every 2 weeks. We're trying to reach to about 15 to 18 students every 2 weeks, so we can get back to our contracted OBS. The Roswell Job Corps Center is under the direction of the Department of Labor, but we are contracted with a new contractor that came in last March, and that is Distinctions LLC. So our job as staff members of the Roswell Job Corps is to bring these young men and women in and train them. We're talking about employability skills, time management, the whole 9 yards. We want them to leave with quality jobs and again be productive in our community. So I'm going to let Candy talk a little bit about the enrollment process of how a student can qualify for Job Corps, and really what we're trying to do is just get that good hidden secret that Job Corps is out to not only the community but surrounding communities, and allow our students to be part of any community they choose to be. We have a lot of work-based learning partners here in Roswell that our students also get training from, so it's a great partnership with a lot of people here in town. We want to continue that and make people aware of what all the good things that happen at the Roswell Job Corps Center. So I'm going to let Ms. Nunez talk a little bit about the enrollment process, and then we'll finish with that. So I appreciate it, Mayor Jennings. Thank you.
It's pretty easy to qualify for our program. Basically, anybody that applies has to be between the ages of 16 and 24, qualify as low income, no felonies, no probation, no court fines over $500, and that's basically it for the qualifications. The enrollment process is super simple. All they have to do is get a hold of one of us, go on our website, give a quick phone call, and the enrollment process is about a week out, maybe 2, just depending how quickly we move. That's basically it. We're really a hidden gem for our youth, so I'm excited to get people out there and learn about our program. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So just to kind of tidy up, and we'll get out of y'all's hair this evening. We'll make sure we get cards and numbers to Mr. Neeb and make sure that people who want to get in touch with us can get in touch with us. Again, Ms. Mackey sends her regrets for not being here tonight, but she is our new center director, just a couple months in, so we're glad to have her. I've been out at the Job Corps now for almost 10 years. I'm the training manager there, so I oversee all the trades, all the academics. So I'll talk a little bit about academics. We do offer high-set GED, and we also are required by the Department of Labor, all Job Corps are, to offer the TABE test of adult-based education in numeracy and literacy. So our goal is to, have our students leave with a high school diploma, great TABE scores,
and then leave with what we call a JTM, a job training match. So if we have a student in electrical wiring, we want them to find that apprenticeship or an internship somewhere, maybe locally or back home. So that's what we do. You know, we're glad to be here this evening. We're glad you guys gave us a little bit of time to talk about that, and we'll leave our names and numbers and so forth with Mr. Neeb. And again, we appreciate it. Mr. Jennings, thank you. It's good seeing you. Good seeing you, sir.
Coach, how long have Job Corps been in Roswell now?
Oh, since the early 70s. Early 70s. And like I said, it's, you know, I didn't know much about it either, but, you know, I've been there 9 years. And, you know, again, the idea behind Job Corps is to bring these young students in that may need, and I hate to call it a second chance or their last chance, but just who struggled and didn't get through high school. Now, we do allow students to train on our center if they've come in with a high school. So if they go to Roswell High, Goddard, Dexter, wherever it might be, and they don't want to go off to college, and they want to come to us for vocational training, absolutely, that's what we're looking for. So there's a lot of options, a lot of things that are available for our young youth here in town and our surrounding communities. So again, we appreciate your time. Again, it's good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Ms. Corn, good to see you as well. So thank you all, appreciate it very much. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, David, and everybody from the Job Corps. Thank you. And please give our regards to Mrs. Mackey. Okay, next on the agenda, we have a public hearing for proposed ordinance number 22 -4. And this is dealing with the Roswell City Traffic Code. Councilman Hildebrand.
I move that the proposed ordinance 2204, Mr. Patterson, you want to go first, or?
No, you can make the motion first.
Proposed ordinance 22-04, we hold a public meeting, consider adopting proposed ordinance 22-04, amending chapter 24 of the Roswell City Code relating to traffic.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. We are here to have a public hearing for you to consider the adoption. Oh, we need a second. Excuse me.
Oh. Make a motion. Okay, and who's it second? Okay. Well, we should have trained a little longer on this block. So we have Councilman Hildebrand made the motion for item 22-04 on the traffic ordinance. Item number 4 on today's agenda, and Councilman Foster, you seconded the motion. So now we can go to discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So what we're asking you to consider tonight is adoption of a proposed ordinance 2204, which would amend chapter 24 of the Roswell City Code. So the two main sections that are operative in this chapter are section 24-1, which adopts the Uniform Traffic Ordinance, which is a set of ordinances that are promulgated from time to time by the New Mexico Municipal League. And then section 22-4 adopts what are called penalty assessment misdemeanors. These are those types of low-level traffic infractions that, in general, whenever you are found guilty of violating any city ordinance, you're subject to potentially up to a $500 fine and 90 days in jail. So the idea of the penalty assessment misdemeanors is basically setting a set fine for minor offenses like, what you would typically get a traffic ticket for. Instead of having to go and be in jeopardy of going to jail for 90 days, it says, no, this is a $25 fine, this is a $100 fine. So it's basically in our ordinance a set of these ordinances that are set out in the Uniform Traffic Ordinance that we then designate as penalty assessment misdemeanors. And so if you go to our city code, you'll see that chart in the codified section 24-2. So what this proposed amendment 2204 would actually do is three things. One, it would clarify which version of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance is currently in force in Roswell. Right now, we are using the 2018 edition. The way that it was put in the current ordinance, it says, we are adopting the latest version, and any subsequent version will be adopted by subsequent action of the City Council. So it's not clear, just reading it on its face, which version that is. So this would just clarify it's the 2018 version. And so there is, for your information, there's a 2019 version. I'm suggesting that we don't adopt that at this time. I don't particularly care for a couple of the things in there. I think the 2018 version is actually superior. It will also add an infraction to the penalty assessment chart. So this ordinance that it would add is called streets lane for traffic, which is basically the idea that if you are changing lanes or you need to maintain your lane, those types of issues are right now subject to 90 days in jail. And so we would basically change that. Adding it to the penalty assessment chart would cause it to become a $25 fine. If you're pulled over by an officer, he can issue you a citation right there. You have the option to mail in your fine, or you can go to the municipal court and you can contest your ticket if you like. But even if you contest it, then if the judge were to find you guilty, $25 fine. And so the last thing that this would do is add a new section, which is 24-7. And this would address what's called an administratively suspended license. So in years past, your license was either good or it was suspended or it was revoked. Suspended licenses were typically for things like, you get so many points against your license that your license is suspended, basically bad driving. Revoked licenses are for those infractions that typically involve driving under the influence. So but we're not dealing with those here. In about 2018, the legislature changed their rules at the state level to create what's called an administrative suspension, which involves those infractions. If your license is suspended for failing to appear for court or for failing to pay traffic fines, you're not suspended in that general sense. You get what's called an administrative suspension. The big difference there is that an administrative suspension has a mandatory 4 days incarceration if you're found guilty. An administrative suspension is a penalty assessment misdemeanor. So we are going to do the same thing at our level and reference the state statute and say, if you have been suspended under this provision and you're caught driving on a suspended license, but you're administratively suspended, similarly, you're not going to get 4 days incarceration. You're going to pay the penalty assessment just like you would if you were hailed into state court on the same offense. So those are the three things that this ordinance would do. And this was considered by the legal committee at the regular February meeting and recommended unanimously 3-0. And of course, it was authorized to advertise for public hearing at last month's city council meeting. So at this time, we would ask you to hold a public hearing and consider adoption of Proposed Ordinance 2204. And I would stand for any questions that you have. Thanks.
Are there questions for legal counsel on this? Seeing none, would this mean, sir, that we'd be giving people a ticket for dodging a pothole?
If they fail to maintain their lane, potentially. But so to be clear, this is already a provision. So this failure to maintain your lane section is already illegal. It's already an ordinance. What we're doing is changing the penalty associated with that. We're not changing the actual ordinance.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. A motion by
Mr. Mayor.
Hillebrand. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm out here. As a public hearing, anybody in the that is attended is allowed to speak as well.
That's true. We didn't have anybody signed up to speak for this item. So if there's anyone that would care to speak that didn't sign up, speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, seeing none, so now we're back onto the motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. There was someone that raised their hand. I did not know if they were.
Oh.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor, just saw that. Mr. Mayor, anyone who comes can state their name and address and be able to approach us.
My name is Holly Niels. I'm at 406 Swinging Spear. And it's more of a clarification question. There's a reference to misdemeanor. Does that mean it's changing these items from a misdemeanor, or how does that work?
No, no. The city's jurisdiction and ordinance is always a misdemeanor. What we're talking about are called penalty assessment misdemeanors. And that's what I referenced before, that instead of having 90 days in jail, you just get a set fine of like $25. And so those items that are added to that list become penalty assessment misdemeanors subject to a set fine instead of up to 90 days in jail.
So is this something unique to Roswell? I'm in an understanding that in other municipalities that a minor traffic violation would not be a misdemeanor. It's just a violation and doesn't actually go on like a criminal record. So I'm just asking what the distinction there is.
No, as I said, the Uniform Traffic Ordinance is adopted from the Municipal League, and all municipalities, most municipalities adopt it or have their own traffic regulations in place, and violation of any of which would be a misdemeanor. And violating any city law is, if you're convicted, becomes a misdemeanor.
Okay, just asking for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions? Oh, Councilman Halverson.
Just to clarify, when we're voting on this, we're voting just to hold a public hearing? No.
No, this is the public hearing.
Okay. So when we vote, we're voting for the ordinance to adopt.
And for your information, if you vote by 6 votes, the ordinance is adopted. It will be published in the newspaper and becomes effective 5 days after publication.
Okay. If there's no further comments, questions, members, if you'd please vote.
Oh, this is gonna throw them off.
Okay. So by a vote of 10 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the proposed ordinance number 22-04 is now city ordinance number 22-04.
Mayor, just to be clear, all ordinances that are adopted need to be adopted by roll call vote.
It was unanimous. The roll call was 10-0, unanimous. Is that close enough?
I think it'll be okay.
Well, if you vote on the machine, is that as good as a roll call, or do you want to have a roll call? Oh, okay, well then, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Cornbest?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson? Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Haldenbrand?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Is it still 10-0? Okay, we're in good shape. Okay, next we have item 5 on today's agenda, proposed ordinance number 22-06, and this is, go ahead, sir.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors.
Councilor Corn.
I guess the way they want to operate around here is you need a motion first, maybe I'll get a second. Ornery to me, but that's okay.
Yes, sir.
So I move that we consider ordinance 2204, I think that's where we're at. Nope. That's
2206.
Hold on, I'll get there. 2206, authorizing the city of Roswell amend ordinance 1909 for the purpose of increasing the funding package of the New Mexico Environmental Department Clean Water State Revolving Fund, loan number, et cetera, increasing the loan participation funds by $3,915,000 and awarding subsidy grants of $285,000 for the total funding package of $907,000.
And, we have a second? Okay.
Excuse me, Counselor, who was the second?
It was Barry.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So the ordinance before you, 2206, is before you as a public hearing and also for consideration of adoption. So this proposed ordinance is to amend previous ordinance number 1909. On that ordinance, the city borrowed $5.5 million at 0.5% interest rate to design and construct a wastewater treatment plant dewatering project, also known as the screw press, and I'll have a picture of that in the next slide. So the bids were opened back in February 8th of 2022, and bids were higher than the engineer's last estimate of $6.9 million. The low bid that came in was $8.6 million, and the proposed ordinance authorizes the acceptance of increasing the funding package by $3.9 million. When staff communicated this information about the bid coming in higher than the original loan, the Environment Department did offer to be able to offer the additional loan of $3.9 million. The council did authorize the publication of the proposed ordinance for public hearing and consideration during the regular meeting on March 10th, and the Finance Committee recommended a public hearing and adoption of the ordinance 2206 during their meeting on April 11th. As you can see here, this is the project that has been bid and has been awarded. And before you, we have in the audience both the Lorenzo Sanchez, our wastewater director, our city engineer, and I believe on the line we have HDR, our engineers for this project. I know during the Finance Committee there were some questions asked about just the cost and from the original bid to what we ended up receiving. And with that, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I will stand for any questions from the public or the council. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Fuentes, when we had Finance Committee meeting earlier this week, I expressed my concern that the budget number and the actual bid were tremendously different. I asked at that point in time to see why those numbers were off, and I've yet to hear why those numbers were not reconciled out.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Mr. Councilor Hildebrand, we do actually have the bid comparisons, which Mr. Nayar is handing out right now. It compares the original engineer's estimate with the 15% volatility adjustment factor and the difference between the engineer's estimate and the actual bid. So this is from Wade Chacon from HDR, and he is online right now if you have any questions concerning what you just received.
I'd like to, am I still on? Yeah.
Okay, so the highlight will be, Councilor Hildebrand, if you look at item number 6, dewatering building, that's your big difference. The building itself, almost $1 million. If you look on your packet on page 19 where we had the bids, we had an $8 million bid and $334,000 bid. If you look at the bids, and this is what I look at on any bid because the market changes, especially when you're dealing with the buildings, the two bids were only 4% apart. Angel Fire, as you see the picture right there, that picture has 4 augers that you have on your screen. We're building 2 augers with space for 1 more, $8 million. Angel Fire, within the past 2 weeks, is building 1 auger, smaller building, smaller facilities, $9 million. So right now, the market on the buildings, and for simple way to put it, every time you go to Home Depot, you got to dish out a little bit more money for the parts that you're buying. On the building side, especially the commercial building side, industrial building, it's exponential almost. And the bids are only good for, on the public bid, they last a little bit longer. If you get a bid privately, it's probably only good for 2 weeks. But as you look at the comparison, the big money thing was your building. And of course, everything else, we even had the parentheses came under the expected bid. So the dissolved oxygen actually came in cheaper. It was the building that's gonna house the augers that was the big killer. I would say right now, anybody that's building a commercial building, retail or whatever, if you were getting a loan and your estimate was based on last year's estimate, your contractor is gonna hit you with higher prices now than he did last year. And basically that's what we're doing. In the government business, we started this process 3 or 4 years ago, and you can see what inflation has done to our industrial prices and commercial prices. I know it's sticker shock. I deal with sticker shock with counselors a lot, especially when I start talking roads and bridges. They think I have bad news, it's just sticker shock. But here's the breakdown that you requested, and the big ticket item is the building. And I stand for any further questions.
No, I thank you for that, but that's what I was looking for, to see where the difference in the variation was. And I guess my question the other day was is the estimator tied into the current pricing? Because that estimation was, 23% or 24% higher than what your bids came in. And I would suggest or find out, is the estimator using current data so that we don't have these sticker shock that we know up front that we have?
Absolutely. Our HDR, who is our consultant, I believe, Way's on the line. They're a national firm, and they compare their prices nationally. But even if you look at, let's say it's a 23% change right now. We're building 2 augers. Imagine what Angel Fire is feeling right now when they're building 1 auger, and their sticker shock is probably 30% right now. And what was the difference? It's the same equipment, the same type of housing. Time is a differential. And right now, time is a differential that's causing the prices to go up. And we see that the RAC water line that we're going to build on the east side, we can't start that till October 3rd, because as Councilor Foster requested and wanted to analyze, would the prices be held? Yes, the price is going to be held for that $1.5 million. But what happens when you get bids and you want to hold that price, you get put to the end of the line. So we're not going to start that project until October 3rd as we stand right now. Now your suppliers, and unfortunately the vendors are playing this game, they can get you materials quicker if you pay a premium. But if you want to stick to the quote that you were given to give to an entity, then you get set to the back of the line. It doesn't sound fair, but private business is private business. All we can do in the procurement business in the government is we give you these numbers. I do know we rebid it. Most times when you rebid, the price will go up. HDR agrees. So the main thing that I looked at, Counselor, was I had 2 bids. They were within 4% apart. So that told me the market price on that day.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. My concern was the estimates, that you've gone through the right process and you've done what you're supposed to do. But my concern is what we're getting as an estimator, and if they're tying themselves into current market conditions. So you don't have to sit up here and explain this, and you're explaining his work. I'm not asking you, and I'm not against this project at all.
And I understand, Counselor, because I had the same questions to HDR.
Yep.
Because I don't enjoy coming up here. Sometimes I do, but not in these circumstances. And I asked Wade Chacon, the engineer for this project, Wade, did I miss anything?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Wade.
Okay. Thank you, Louis. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I could add to, I think everything what Mr. Nard has said is, pretty accurate. It's just a tough climate that we're seeing now these days. Estimating is extremely difficult. It is a volatile market. Pricing is, for all the materials are just, they're unpredictable. Price of steel, concrete, copper, plastics. Everything's affected by, the pandemic didn't help us all. There's the crisis in Europe that's driving the oil prices through the roof. And all those factors, it affects shipping, it affects labor. There's the supply chain issues that we're seeing. You can't get materials easily. And there's also a labor shortage going on. There's just contractors are having a hard time finding skilled labor. And so all those factors, it's just the market. We're aware of the volatile market. It's just very hard to estimate that. And we did, touch base with the New Mexico Environment Department after we received bids, and they're saying the same thing that we're seeing here, across the state, is everything's coming 20% higher. So, unfortunately, it's just the situation we're in right now. We're trying to get ahead of things, but it's just very hard to predict what's going on.
Council, I would say, and Mayor, if you have any questions of Mr. Chacon, he would be glad to answer them.
Okay, next, Councilman Halverson.
So what's the guarantee these prices won't go up? Because you said, correct me if I'm wrong, this won't be built till October?
These prices should not go up because we've already awarded the project.
Okay, are they purchasing, I'm guessing they're purchasing them.
Yeah, they're already, in fact, yesterday we had the pre-con for this project already. We're already going. We're going to start with the building part on July. What we're doing now, and again, because of the volatile market, we made the decision to go ahead and keep on going forward because the prices aren't going to get any cheaper. So we went forward. We've already had the pre-con. We're going. What we're doing now is asking to help us with the loan, approve the loan at 0.5%. And if you guys do fail to pass this, the project will proceed. We'll just have to pay for it out of our own reserves or cash balance, whatever you want to call it. So what we're asking you now is to help us approve the loan so we can get this additional principal, because we already have a loan, but additional principal at 0.5%.
Mr. Mayor and Councilors, Halverson, if I may add, this loan package does include a subsidy from the Environment Department of $285,000. It's a grant portion of it as well.
So any further? Council Foster, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification. Smithco got the bid, right?
That is correct.
Okay. They have their dissolved oxygen system at 250,000, where on our abstract it's saying, I think we have the estimates 361,000. And the only point of clarification is that portion is not eligible for this water loan, correct? So
that is correct.
So the 250, we'll be paying 250,000 out of our pocket.
That is correct. The dissolved oxygen is only on this project because it was an unfunded EPA mandate that that the waste treatment plant has to meet minimal oxygen levels as the water is released on our effluent.
So, but it's still.
And you're correct, Councilor.
Save us
it is not part of this loan. So the good thing is that came in cheaper, which we had to pay out of our own pocket.
Correct. All right. Just thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, do we have to have a roll call vote on this as well? Okay, the clerk shall call the roll.
Mayor, did we have any public participation?
Excuse me, no, we did not on item, on this item, we had no public participation.
Is there anybody in the audience?
Is there anybody in the audience who would care to speak on this item? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold? Yes. Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Cornbest?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
The motion passes 9-1.
Thank you, council.
Okay, thank you all very much. Next, we have, the next item on the agenda is, on the consent items, items 7 and 8. Item 7 on the consent matters, there is no one here to speak from the public signed up, if there is. Seeing none. Okay, now we have, the chair would entertain a motion to, for item 7, resolution 22-21, to clean up approximately 13 properties within the city.
Mr. Mayor, part of the consent agenda, that means number 7, number 8, and number 9 were approved when the consent was given for the agenda to be approved. So now we would move forward to, and I know this is just everyone getting together and learning this process. It's a lot to think about. We've all been there. New business, regular items, number 10 would be the next for us to hear at this time.
Okay, well, being that we held over item number 10, we would have to go to item.
See, I've even got the bug tonight, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, resolution starting with number 13. Thank you, and I apologize.
Thank you. It's okay. We all make a few mistakes there. Okay, then the next item would be resolution 22-3, considering the approval of the disposal of certain personal property from Councilman Corn.
Counselor Corn, can you turn on your microphone, please?
Sorry. I make a motion to adopt Resolution 2223, consider recommending approval of the resolution authorizing the disposal of certain personal property. Mr. Glenn's standing there. There's a list in your packet, and it passed the committee 3-0.
And do we have a second, Councilman Moore? Oh, push your button, so. Yeah. Oh, push the motion button, okay. Okay, we have a, how does it show up there? Okay, we have a motion. Well, the print's pretty small on this thing. I have to get new glasses to read it, but we have a motion to adopt resolution number 13, resolution 22-23, item 13 by Councilman Corn, seconded by Councilman Halverson, Councilwoman, excuse me, whatever you want to be. And so is there any further questions of on that item? Seeing none. Did you want to, excuse me, sir, did you want to say anything?
I'm the one that's presenting this, yes.
Oh, you're, okay, well, go ahead, Mr. Glenn, present it.
So this is our monthly resolution to dispose of personal property for the city. The property is disposed of in accordance with city policy. This includes vehicles, equipment, and other equipment or other items from various city departments. This list is quite a bit longer than what it normally is. It's our end of the year cleanup for the assets. Included is Exhibit A for items that are valued under $2,500 and Exhibit B for items valued over $2,501. The Finance Committee did approve this 3-0. I stand for questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Glenn? Yes, Councilman Perry.
And Mr. Mayor, and there again, it's a learning curve for everyone tonight. We're all going to take a deep breath. It's all going to be good, but from what I understand from our acting clerk at this time, this one will take a roll call as well.
Yeah, we looked that up just recently, and the same statute which requires roll call votes for ordinances actually includes resolutions as well.
So, Mr. Mayor, the next, this one and the next one would require, and that's new for all of us, not just the new counselors. It's new for all of us to know tonight.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Perry. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Yes. Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa? Yes. Counselor Perry? Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
We know, yeah, but it was 10. By a motion of 10 in the affirmative and none in negative, Resolution 22-23 has duly passed. Next, we have item 14, Resolution 22-24. It's Resolution 24 is approving the budget adjustments for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. Yes, ma'am. Oh, wait. We have a motion, I'm sorry. Representative Corn. Councilman Corn.
All right, Mr. Chairman, move we adopt Resolution 2224, amending the budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th of the current year, increasing revenue and offsetting expenses to various funds. There's a lot of money moving around here, but it's a clean up the books time. We'll probably have some more of this before we get to June 30th. So this is just the first layer.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Corn. Is there a second? Okay, now. Okay, we have a motion by, you had to push your button, that's good. We had a motion by Councilman Corn and a second by Councilman Perry. So, Ms. Ray, would you please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight we're asking for an overall adjustment in revenue of $6,715,077. Expenses $6,165,890, and transfers through various funds. This item was recommended 3-0 at the April 11th Finance Committee. In the revenue, we are asking for an adjustment of $6,256,896 in general fund. This is projected GRT through the end of the fiscal year. Additional $125,066 for a grant reimbursement for dispatch, purchase some software. In the JAG fund, $26,434. This is budget authority for additional revenues received. In the golf fund, $191,624. This is a projected budget through the end of the fiscal year now that the golf course is under city management. In the roads fund, $54,875,000. This is projected gas tax revenue through the end of the fiscal year. In the restricted donation fund, $60,182. This is budget authority for departmental donations received. In expenditures in the general fund, we are asking for $13,813 for budget authority for new laptops and iPads for council. $600 for budget authority for the new phone for the new mayor. In facilities maintenance, $41,000. Increase for temporary labor. This is to cover for vacant positions and work order catch up as they work on that. For police, $45,520. This is budget authority for insurance reimbursement to purchase a new vehicle. In fleet maintenance, $25,504. This is budget authority for a new position. In dispatch, the $125,066 for the grant reimbursement. In the JAG fund, we are asking for $26,802. This is budget authority to purchase the new vehicle. In the museum fund, we're asking for $53,000 for budget authority for HVAC and bench repairs. And also in the museum fund, $18,000 for a sci-fi exhibition and the purchase of the rocket model. In the golf fund, $409,080. This is projected expenditures through the end of the fiscal year. Roads fund, $1,784,675. This is budget authority for road repairs that were approved through the March council meeting. In the restricted donation fund, $60,182. This is budget authority for departmental donations received. In the 2008 GO Bond Debt Service Fund, $65. This is budget authority for wire transfers, fees for when the debt service payments are made. In the Air Center Fund, $304,226. This is budget authority for the purchase of a Toro and dump plow. These were approved at the August council meeting. In the Water Fund, $1,508.49 for the Roswell Air Center water line. This was approved at the March council meeting. $693,220 for ITB 22-007. This is for Water Trust Board Project 5434-WPF. This was also approved at the March council meeting. And $1,057,088 for the 14-inch water line alignment for the Ascent hangar approved at the March council meeting. In transfers, we are asking from general fund to the various funds that receive GRT transfers, $1,948,492. In general fund out to museum, $271,000. This is additional transfers for the museum fund. General fund transfers out to golf, $217,456. This is projected through the end of the fiscal year. General fund transfers out to streets, $1,784,675. This is for the projects that were approved at the March council meeting. Road fund to transit transfers. This is $292,512. This is for the gas tax portion that transit receives. In the water fund, out to Air Center, $5,580, and this is for a lease between the water fund and the Air Center. And I stand for any questions.
Excuse me, are there any questions of Ms. Ray? Okay, seeing none. Okay, so seeing none, is there any other discussion from anybody? Okay. Okay, then we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Corn, seconded by Councilman Perry. And all these resolutions we have to vote, so the clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold? Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Cornbest?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson? Yes. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Hildenbrand? The motion passes 10-0.
Okay, by motion of 10-0, item 14 is Resolution 22-24 is duly passed the council. Okay, next we have item 15, city ordinance number 22-7. We have Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Out of respect for the process, I will at this time make a motion that we advertise to hold a public hearing to consider the adoption of the proposed ordinance 22-07, which will amend Chapter 27 of the Roswell City Code relating to cannabis. And it does not allow me to make a motion on my box. There we go.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Perry. Do we have a second? We have a second by Councilman Arnold. So we have a motion and a second. Okay, now we have Mr. Meavers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Tonight we are presenting to you Proposed Ordinance 2207. This is amendment number 3 to Chapter 27 of our Comprehensive Cannabis Ordinance. Now, this is a mayor-initiated request to consider approval to advertise to hold a public hearing and consider the adoption of Proposed Ordinance 2207, which will amend Chapter 27, Article 12 of the City Code relating to cannabis. I do want to give a little bit of background for the benefit of those who have just joined our council. Back in August of last year, August 12th, the City of Roswell adopted Ordinance number 2109, which established a new section of the Roswell City Code relating to cannabis. This adopted Chapter 27. The Council's approval of Ordinance 2109 created the general framework for Chapter 27, yet many sections were left incomplete and were reserved for future provisions. Resolution 2159 followed up 1 month later on September 9th, 2021, which established a schedule of fees for cannabis-related projects, and it was passed unanimously by the City Council. I refrained, it was passed 9-1 by the City Council. Thank you, Councilor Moore. Okay. Again, amendment number 1, which was Ordinance 21-10, established time, place, and manner in which Chapter 27 applies, and was approved by the City Council on October 14th, 2021. Just so everyone is clear, our ability to establish time, place, and manner is codified in the state legislation. In fact, it's very specific that the cities have the right to establish time, place, and manner as they see fit, including the right to restrict the total number of cannabis facilities and establishments within a jurisdiction. Amendment number 2, Ordinance 2113, established the operational permits, our ability to inspect and enforce the provisions. This was approved on December 9th, 2021. So you can see well before the ability of our local cannabis companies to sell recreational cannabis, we had our ordinance in place. We were ready to go. In addition to passing the ordinance, staff developed a cannabis development guide. The Cannabis Development Guide, the first draft of that, was available for download or emailing out to anybody who requested it. We sent out dozens of these, and we're still sending them out today. In fact, version 2.0 of the Cannabis Guide is being drafted right now. Revised and updated applications for cannabis establishments were completed by mid-December of 2021, and the Community Development Department has been ready to accept applications for cannabis establishments since January of this year. Okay. City staff is continuously monitoring for information and updates related to the cannabis rules and regulations. In fact, if you are monitoring, you saw that only about 2 weeks ago, the state came down with new rules and regulations on cannabis testing and efficacy, especially related to medical cannabis. Okay. Staff believes that taking an incremental approach to the development of Chapter 27 is the optimal way to preserve both the municipal administration and interested applicants and allow them to move forward as changes to state regulations are made. With respect to our current proposal, Proposed Ordinance 2207 as Amendment Number 3 will create, modify, and enhance certain sections and subsections of Chapter 27. The proposed ordinance will modify Article 12, the nonconforming uses, to create provisions for the approval of any previously approved medical marijuana establishment to begin operations as a retail cannabis establishment upon presentation of an approved cannabis retailer license from the Cannabis Control Division of the NMRLD as specified in the Cannabis Regulation Act. Now, the purpose, though, of the proposed ordinance will modify Article 12, the nonconforming uses, to provide for streamlined provisions which will allow a legal, nonconforming use to operate as both a recreational cannabis retailer and a medical dispensary following receipt of an approved cannabis retailer license. The specific changes and amendments and revisions to Article 12. The proposed ordinance will modify Article 12, nonconforming uses, Section 27-150, Section 27-151B. Okay. Section 27-150 will be modified to read, the purpose will be amended to reflect both the provisions to allow existing legal nonconforming uses to operate as both a recreational cannabis retailer and as a medical dispensary. Section 27-151B will grant the authority for these facilities to continue operating, and it will be revised to create an exception for existing medical dispensaries to engage in recreational cannabis sales. The additions to Article 12, again, continuing, this is for Section 27-150C. This will be an addition to that particular section. 27-151C reads, subject to the restrictions of 27-152, any legally permitting non-conforming medical dispensary in operation as of January 1, 2022, that has applied for and received an approved cannabis retailer license from the Cannabis Control Division of the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department may apply for an amended city business registration to allow for the commencement of retail sales of recreational cannabis in addition to the existing medical cannabis sales. It has to be in addition to existing medical cannabis sales because the state legislation requires that I believe either 20 or 25% of all cannabis be held back for medical uses. So all of our dispensaries will become combined uses, both recreational and medical. That's in the state code. The possible beneficial effects of this change. Okay, cannabis establishments that are legally operating within the city of Roswell will be able to begin sales of recreational cannabis immediately after providing proof that the establishment has received an updated license from the NMLRD and CCD and updating the establishment's commercial business license registration. We will ask that they come back in, update all their information, and verify that they are going to begin retail sales. Applications, of course, are filed with the Community Development Department, our business license division. For existing cannabis establishments, this removes any requirement for Planning and Zoning Commission consideration. Also, it removes City Council final decision-making authority, including any variance requests that may come forward. The fees associated with cannabis establishment approval are therefore reduced, and any other fees for zone changes, conditional use permits would be eliminated, and they are reduced down to the business license registration only. Okay. Potential concerns with this proposed ordinance. Staff will be severely limited in our ability to do our analysis and our due diligence conducted on projects related to cannabis to protect health, safety, and public welfare. Without the zone change, the conditional use permit, or variance applications, staff will be unable to propose appropriate operational standards related to time, place, and manner. In other words, we won't be able to establish conditions of approval for the project. Without a requirement for a variance, several of the existing cannabis facilities will be located within the required 300-foot separation and setback area. For existing cannabis facilities, neither the Planning and Zoning Commission nor the City Council will have the ability or authority to provide input regarding concerns related to public health and safety. And of course, the fees for the zone change, CUP variance, and operational permit will be waived. To give you an idea of where we are, we've been in touch with every cannabis organization, every cannabis establishment that currently operates in the city. Many of them have already made their applications. Many of them are already moving through the process. As of this date, all medical cannabis dispensaries have made contact with the Community Development Department. Several have already made applications and will be reviewed in the near future. Pecos Valley Productions and NMTO Ultra Health will be going to the Planning and Zoning Commission on April 26th, less than 2 weeks from now. Oso Cannabis, R Greenleaf, Brian's Green Care, those three are set for the May 24th meeting. And as of today, Pure Life and Swap are tentatively scheduled for the Planning and Zoning Commission in June. Okay. So that takes care, I think, of all but one or two of our existing facilities. And we're also moving, Brian's Green Care is an existing CBD facility here in town. They are asking for permission to start selling cannabis. That's actually a new application. Pure Life is also a new application. They're down at, I believe the address is 325 South Main Street. They are coming forward with a brand new application as well. So the applications are being made. People are moving through the process. Okay. As of today, because this is a mayor-initiated request, the legal committee has not reviewed nor made a recommendation regarding the proposed ordinance amendment. And staff stands for any questions.
Okay, questions we have, Councilman, well, should we have, or anyone out in the audience who would care to speak for this first? Would you rather have that? If we could, we have, is that all right? Yeah. Okay, we have those who've signed up to speak from item F. We have Kim Rutley. Kim Rutley, are you here? Yes, ma'am. You come forward. You might have to kind of talk into the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Address, where you're from?
I am at 2006 Clover Lane. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm the Substance Abuse Prevention Coordinator at La Casa Behavioral Health under the direction of Marty Everett. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of children that we serve here in Chaves County. We have a substance abuse prevention grant, a 5-year grant that's in its 3rd year. So we have been assessing the issue with cannabis use among youth in our community for the last 4 or 5 years that I've been in employment there. We have worked closely with the city of Roswell and the council, counselors that were here prior and would like to do education with the current new council. We put it was almost a year-long process of education, stating the problem that we have here in Chaves County with cannabis use among our youth. We were able to only establish very minimum protections because we were preempted by the state. The 300-foot rule that the state has in the legislation actually is in conflict with the Drug-Free Communities Act at the federal level, which is 1,000 feet from schools. We had youth who measured from the edge of their campus 300 feet away. It was one business down from the school. They were very concerned. The folks and I work across the spectrum, every sector in the community, law enforcement, education, parents, students, etc. And I am almost daily getting calls right now, emails about either, today it was a middle school, I won't name the name, you can no longer take outside food into the school for lunch because of the edibles that are coming in. There are THC pens all over the schools. In 2 of the high schools, we have laced with fentanyl, which could kill a person immediately, as you know. This is a serious problem. We put those protections in place in the existing ordinance, and changes to that could potentially put a recreational cannabis facility in a medical complex. We do not put alcohol establishments in medical complexes near treatment centers. It is critical that we do everything in this community of Chaves County to protect our youth. Give them a shot. I talked to one of our therapists today. We have the largest behavioral health agency in the
Excuse me, Mayor?
community. Am I at time?
The 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Next, we have Mr. David Rice.
How's it going, Mr. Mayor, Council? My name is David Rice. Oh, and I'm from, my address is 500 West Brasher. Our business is located at 4311 North Main Street here in Roswell. I'm the current manager for the Art Greenleaf here. We've been a proud part of this community now for several years. We're very grateful for the consideration of the ordinance before us. We're fully committed to the safety and well-being of the community, which is why we have strict safety measures in place, including a security guard on site, camera systems, lights, safes, and we will only allow adults 21 and up into the store. There will be no children permitted in the business. We are excited to help contribute to Roswell's budget once we are allowed to sell recreational cannabis in Chaves County. My wife and I have made Roswell our home to our beautiful children. We love this community. I will be happy to give you my cell phone number to anybody for any questions, concerns that you guys may have regarding our product. My boss, Steve Pear, who was here in town on Tuesday, was unable to make it tonight, but he is here virtually and is happy to answer any bigger picture questions that you guys may have. Thank you for having me and appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Next, we have in the final on this subject, we have that's signed up is Mr. Will Boston. Please remember to give your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mayor and councilmen and women. Sorry about my dress. I came from a baseball game, so I'm here in my sweatshirt. I'm here representing SWAP, Southwest Organic Producers, one of the 5 vice licenses here in Roswell, including our Greenleaf and PVP's here tonight too. And so I think we're probably all on the same page. And this is Andrew Hertel, our regional manager, who's kind of called Roswell his home since we opened the Roswell branch. I'm not here to really say anything. Ms. Rutley gave I think there's a huge misconception about who we are. I mean, I have kids. I have a little daughter, a 2-year-old, so I want the same thing she does. So I think I just want to clear up the misconception about what we're trying to accomplish in Roswell. And I think the vice licenses, there's 5 operating now, and they were licensed back in at the latest November of last year as a vice license. And so our contention is that those vice licenses, the recommendation from the state was that those vice licenses transition into recreational sales. And we do it the right way. We've done it the right way for many years, since 2009, 2012. So all the policies and procedures on how to operate, how to maintain quality, how to prevent fentanyl-laced product coming through the back door and out the front door. So I'm here to answer questions from the industry side of the spectrum. So I'll leave it at that, and if you guys have any questions, we'll stand for questions, or even if there's some after the fact, we'll be in the back to answer any questions about the industry itself.
You're the only one that had signed up, is there?
Yeah, Andrew was with me, and he's our regional manager, and he's been in the industry for a long time, so he's very knowledgeable about a lot of the things that I may miss. So he's here to answer questions as well. Andrew, if you want to come.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Andrew Hertel, 610 West 2nd. Will touched on it pretty well. I just wanted to say New Mexico has trusted the medical cannabis industry to be in existence since 2007 now. So we've had 15 years of experience to dial things in and make sure that we're regulating responsibly and making sure that the product is only getting into the hands of those who are going to use it responsibly, and make sure that they're not distributing that to people who are obviously too young for that sort of thing. And we're an open book, and we would love to answer any questions that you guys have, because we're here to stay and we love this town.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? I guess that's it. We'll go to counselors. If there's no one else that signed up, if nobody else there to say anything, that's fine. Okay, well, seeing none, we'll go to counselors. First on the agenda, we have Councilman Moore. Councilwoman Moore, excuse me.
You can have a seat. I don't need you to stand there for our conversation, this little Pete. Thank you. First of all, most of you that know me know where I stand with this. So Mr. Mavers, can you please come up here for a sec? My first question, I guess, is probably for you at Parker. He said something about the vice, or maybe you might know it, Mr. Mavers, about the other license transfer into a recreational license. Is that true?
Yeah. The state began issuing what they call vice licenses middle of the summer. Many of the existing medical cannabis facilities, in fact, as far as I know, all of them, converted their medical marijuana license, their old medical license, over to a vice license, because that's what the state was prepared to issue. Vice license stands for Vertically Integrated Cannabis Establishment. The problem with the vice license, and the problem with just allowing people to take that vice license and convert their dispensaries over to take over a vice license, is because the vertically integrated cannabis establishment allows for cultivation, processing, manufacturing, distribution, and retail sales. None of our existing facilities here in town have the ability to take advantage of all of those, so the conditional use permit process would be where we would put a condition of approval in that, limiting them to retail sales only, because that's what their facilities are. They actually hold licenses that would allow them to do much, much more than what they're going to be able to do in their existing facilities.
And to be clear, even if the council had never passed one ordinance at all about cannabis, those vice facilities would still not be legal under the zoning as it is, because if you try and open a manufacturing facility in a commercial district, regardless of what it is, you're not going to be able to do that.
Manufacturing, processing, cultivation are limited to our industrial districts, not commercial.
Okay, because y'all know that as a teacher, as a parent, I am not for this. I know we have no choice, that it has to be, the state has some guidelines. And my problem is with the new people coming in and these problems that we worked so long, we didn't do this haphazardly, we didn't do this, on a whim. We did this with months after months after month after month of bring it back, take it to legal, bring it back, take it to legal, research. He researched and researched and researched to put us in a good place. Of course, against my vote, 9-1. Kept saying that, but I think I'm not okay with trying to change this at this point. I feel like the people that the businesses that want to do it will follow the rules. I feel like that the rules were not that stringent. They were a lot lenient than I would have preferred them to be. I voted down because I thought they should have been more stricter, so that when things start to happen, there's a leeway to go down, and instead of, because if you start off tight, and then it's a little easier to ease up than to be real lenient and then find out that the whole city's on drugs. That's just random. Don't say that. But that then you can't pull back, because if you're so loose to begin with, and it's harder to pull back after you've already been so loose. And I believe there's a difference between medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. There's a place and a time for those situations, and the 300 now thing. I wish we did some more research on what she said about that thousand. That she said about the 1,000 feet or whatever. We should have looked into that a little more, because I certainly don't want a marijuana dispensary. I don't care if it's medical right next to where my kids go to school at all.
Councilor Moore, Ms. Rutley has passed that information on to our staff. We have that information in-house. We can bring that information to you at your request. Just send me an email. I'll pass it on.
I think and I'm not just trying to be strict. I know the people that are going to do it are going to do it. I'm not saying that. I know they're going to do it. But we don't have to be a city that thinks that open up just because it's okay, we open up to the whole world for that kind of nonsense. And I am never going to be okay with this. I see too many kids in my classroom every day that cannot function. And then somebody put in the newspaper today about a graduation rate. What do you think it's going to be now? When this stuff is rampant all over the city, we get to vote no for it for a reason. And it says, and I know we have to go with the rules or whatever's going on, but we don't have to follow into the things that what everybody else is doing just because somebody hadn't been around in a while and don't know the process, the work that we put in this last year and a half since we know this was coming down the pipeline. Those businesses knew the rules because you put it out there. We put it out there, what the rules go, what the deadlines was, what you needed to do. And if you're going to make, I heard somebody that $1 million in a day, you can pay $800 license fee. You can pay fee, you can pay the licenses. If you're going to do anything else, you're going to pay a license fee to go golf. You pay that every day. So you can pay a license fee to go to be a business, to make that much money. You're going to make way more money than you ever think of. They're going to ever think of. So they can't be complaining about a fee when they know how much money they're going to make. So I don't want to hear that, and I'm not okay with lowering the fee to $35, and they're going to make $35 million, and they got a fee of $35. That's not helping our children. That's opening too many avenues for too much nonsense. And I will never be okay with voting for these changes. I think our chapter 27 should have been 3 times stricter, so that that people would be in a place. Roswell needs to be a safe place. We already be known for Crazy Town Roswell. We're really going to be Crazy Town Roswell when they got marijuana places on every corner. You're going to have more marijuana places than you have churches. So we already have one of them on every corner. So we don't need 2 marijuanas on every corner. But like I said, if they got to do what they have to do, and I'm not okay with this changing this. I'm not going to vote for this. I'm not okay with this. And my other problem is that it didn't go to legal like it was supposed to. It should have went to legal. It doesn't not to jump here without legal requesting it. There's so much we could have vetted that could have been vetted if it had went through the right process by going to legal to change this. So I think I'm done for now. Thank
Counselor,
you, Mayor.
If I can just really quickly, I can address the drug-free school zone thing that was brought up. So the drug-free school zones has a 1,000-foot radius. You cannot possess or traffic drugs. What it is it's actually a sentence enhancement. And so if you're convicted of possessing an illegal substance, if you're within 1,000 feet, what your penalty, what you would be sentenced to is ratcheted up because you're within that 1,000-foot zone. So there's 2 levels of that, just like with all criminal laws. There's a federal system, the Controlled Substances Act at the federal level, and then there's one at the state level. And up until recently, until the Cannabis Regulation Act, they were basically identical with regard to cannabis. So whether you were hauled into federal court or state court on having possessed or trafficked in marijuana within 1,000 feet of a school zone, you would get that same hike up in your sentence, right? So what happened was when the Cannabis Regulation Act was enacted, now state law differed from federal law. At the federal level, that is still the case. At the state level, that was eliminated because what happened was marijuana was descheduled from the New Mexico Controlled Substances Act. So it's no longer at the state level the same. You don't get any kind of a penalty because it's not illegal in the first place. So that's where we got to the situation where, notwithstanding the sentence enhancement at the federal level, at the state level, we were prohibited by the state from creating a restriction on proximity to schools more than 300 feet. And that's where we got the 300-foot level.
Okay, thank you. I remember that discussion. And I think I want to explain the ordinance problems again. You said something about the ordinance being different. There was about the problem about changing the zones. I mean, you work so hard on figuring out those zone things, man. Remember you were talking about the zones for where they're going to be. Mm-hmm. Is there a problem with the problem is there a problem with the medical ones being in the wrong zone? Is that the problem that we're having while we're changing it?
The way the ordinance is written right now, previously we were allowing medical cannabis facilities to go in our C2 zone with very minimal restrictions. They were designed as medical facilities. They had a different set of rules and regulations. When the state came along and changed everything and lumped medical into this broad category of commercial cannabis, okay, which included recreational and medical, plus all the other things that go along with it, the rules changed dramatically, and we needed to find a way to work within the state laws. And in fact, I actually have a copy of the state, or partial copy of the state law. This law is 177 pages long, and Parker and I read every single one of those pages at least a couple of times. What it comes down, our ability to regulate marijuana in the city of Roswell comes down to 2 pages out of 177. Section 12 addresses local control. And right up at the very top, it says local jurisdiction may, this is A1, adopt time, place, and manner rules that do not conflict with the Cannabis Regulation Act or the D. Johnson Clean Air Indoor Air Act, including rules that reasonably limit density of licenses. In other words, we can determine how many licenses we want to issue here within the city and where they are placed. And operating times consistent with neighborhood uses. I know for a fact that every city in the state is looking at that one section very differently, because if you were watching the news on April 1st, we know that Las Cruces began selling at 12:01 a.m. In fact, I believe it was the R. Greenleaf facility that was the first to open. It was a big deal. Santa Fe started selling at recreational at 7 a.m. Albuquerque didn't start till 10 a.m. Everyone is looking at time, place, and manner rules and adopting them to suit the local jurisdiction. And as Councilor Moore pointed out, we started working on this in June of last year. We're continuing to work on it to this day. We held, dozens of cannabis meetings with our working group to develop the ordinance. We held 8 different public hearings, meetings, just with our legal committee, if you add in not only the cannabis, but our Clean Air Act, which relates to the cannabis. And then there was another 8 city council meetings, all publicly addressed, all open for input. Okay. This is well advertised. We have followed all the rules and all the regulations in the way we've laid this out. So I do believe that Parker and I are pretty confident that our ordinance is quite defensible.
I yield.
Thank you. Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me make a few brief comments before I ask a few questions here. I just want to make sure that everybody understands with clarity what is being presented, at least to what I understand today. I get very cautious when things go really quickly, and I know everybody says government drags their feet. Sometimes that's a good thing, to take things and to really look at things so that we don't have a knee-jerk reaction to a concern that ends up causing us more problems than what we have. I think that many of the communities across our state right now are scrambling right now. They made ordinances to try to address these, and now they're scrambling. Right now, I don't know if y'all saw, but in Bernalillo County, I know, and I have no doubt whatsoever that any of these business owners that are here tonight are taking the best safety precautions they possibly can. I believe that. I don't think that anyone is trying to lure children into these stores or do anything like that, but we have to recognize once they leave that store, they don't have control anymore. We've seen in Bernalillo County already that recreational marijuana edibles ended up at a school, and we ended up with 7 or 8 kids or something buzzed or whatever the word is called for it, and they're scrambling with that. From what I understand, there's some scrambling in Las Cruces right now from some problems. We're seeing some scrambling because the universities are now scrambling to try to work within the boundaries of what the local jurisdiction has as well. There's a lot of people re-looking at this, and as well, and as rightfully so, Roswell should look at this and see what is going to work, what is not going to work. With that being said, a couple of things that just statistically that I want to bring up, and then I'll move to questions. I have morphed to some degree. I want you to understand in my thinking on a lot of this from when I originally started looking at the medical marijuana, but I was able to locate a study that was done by the Centennial Institute of CCU, and it's staggering what's happening. It's actually a study that was done for Colorado, which is our neighbor, which I think would be a good place to look at because they're right within our area of the country. And there's a lot of talk about what benefits this is going to bring financially to our community, and the benefits financially it's going to bring to our state, the benefits it's financially going to bring to our county. This study, because we know how long studies take to finalize, but this study that was finalized from here recently shows that just in hospitalizations due to consumption or overuse of recreational was $381,915,000. Treatment for cannabis disorders were $31 million. Burn treatments were $593,000. Low weight babies, due to the increase that they had from the recreational that were born, were $697,000. I could go on. K through 12 dropouts, the productivity was $423 million in cost to the state, to the governments. I could go on, but it totaled $1,130,684,227 in cost. What it costs local governments, what it costs just to regulate, and what it costs to take care of the problems that came from the recreational uses. The tax revenue was $247 million. So if I do my math correctly, for every dollar that came in taxation for the state of Colorado, it cost them over $4 to enforce, to treat, and to help within the community. So I have reservations on what great a financial asset this is going to be for us. But at the same time, I recognize, and I want my fellow councilors to recognize, that I do believe that we have to look at what the state has sent to us, and we are bound by certain authorities of what we can do and what we cannot do. I would love to just overturn some things that the state do, but I have to recognize that if I want to do that, I'm in the wrong chair. I need to run for House of Representative. I need to run for Senate. I need to run for these other offices. That's where I would need to be. So I can't build a podium on that because I'm in the wrong office. I recognize my limitations and your limitations as sitting councilors. Having said that, as I read, and I have a copy right here of the House Bill 2 as amended that was approved and signed by the governor, and as I go through here on page number 26, it talks about who is allowed to have the continuance, and it talks about these things. And as I see that the facilities that have been licensed, they do have the ability to apply with the state and get that vice license permit to be given. But I guess my question that I have for legal and for community development, from what I see that's being proposed today, it is going to completely strip this governing body from any authoritative action in the here future for any manner and time. I think in a knee-jerk reaction to try to fix the place, which the state law is very clear, as I read it in section number 12, local control, A, local jurisdiction, number 1, adopt time, place, and manner rules that do not conflict with the Cannabis Regulation Act or the D. Johnson Clean Indoor Air Act, including rules that reasonably limit density of licensing and operating times consistent with the neighborhood uses. We have been given by the state that authority. With that being said, there are also, that we need to recognize as a governing body, some shall nots that were given by the authorities of the state government. And let me read that. That would be in section 12B. A local jurisdiction shall not, and it goes through, we can't prevent transportation, we can't completely prohibit the operation of a licensee, et cetera, et cetera. Then it comes to number 5, we shall not require an existing licensee, which would be these that we're hearing from today, at a licensed premises to relocate. When I hear from the majority of the phone calls that I received was do not do this, and there wasn't a lot. I don't want anyone to get that idea. But the few that I had that said we would encourage you to pass this said so because we are operating under our ordinance illegally. We are not, from my understanding, telling any of these local businesses that you must relocate. That is not part of what is in our local ordinance. As I pull up my ordinance here and go to the section that underlines these things, it allows the above notwithstanding, no nonconforming medical dispensary shall be permitted to engage in retail recreation sales unless, it doesn't say they have to relocate. It goes with the compliances within this chapter, which would allow us the authority as a governing body to regulate time. Let me explain that. That means, do we want, and I think that we have reputable people in here. I'm not saying we do not. And I think that many of them would say, you know, Counselor Perry, I believe that we would stay with regular business hours from 10 to 5 or whatever that may be, but they're not bound. If we make these changes, they're no longer bound to us being able to regulate a time. That means this business could, therefore, 24 hours a day be offering this. I just buried a 17-year-old boy who was murdered here in New Mexico, preached his funeral. Now, it wasn't marijuana. I don't want to make y'all think that at all. But because of drug use in our community, which has got to change, it's got to change. When there is the ability, I'm concerned of things being able to be offered in later times of night. That's a concern for me. I think that this governing body needs to be able to continue to hold that authority to regulate time. Manner as well. I think that manner is very important to this governing body and to the people and the constituents of this city to be able to know that the governing body is not going to just allow anything to be able to take place. I have major concerns that if this ordinance moves forward to a public hearing and is approved, we are stripped from those abilities and authorities of the council because we are just saying now to make this process go quickly, here is the quick authority, and they move forward and go through that. I do hold the same concerns respectfully as Councilor Moore has, that this has not been through the legal committee. But before I go any further, may I just ask either one of you, am I understanding correctly from what the state law, we do not have the authority to force them to move from their current premises, yet we do have the ability to regulate time and manner?
That is correct.
Yes, Counselor, that was exactly the distinction that we drew in the way that we handled pre-existing medical facilities, is that by allowing them to continue with the sales that they were already doing, we were not requiring them to move. However, if they wanted to expand their use to a different type of sale, i.e. retail sale, then they needed to go through the same process as any other cannabis business that was a new applicant.
So for that reason, Mr. Mayor, I just think it is critical for this council, especially starting a new chapter with a new council, to ensure that we all go into this with both eyes wide open, ensuring that we're not giving up our abilities to regulate in those other areas. And Mr. Mayor, for that reason, I would make a motion that we send this consideration as presented to the legal committee for further consideration.
Second.
Excuse me, we'll have discussion on that motion. It was made by Councilman Perry and seconded by Councilman Foster. So now on this particular motion, we have Councilman Orpresa. On the motion, this would be the motion to send it to the legal committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I certainly will agree with that one as well. I am very confused with this issue. And I know that we are discussing the advertisement, but I certainly would like for the legal committee to look at it and bring it back, because if it doesn't go through legal committee, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mavers, then we will be looking at the way it is written right now. Is that correct?
That's where it will start, yes. But by going to the legal committee, of course, we'll get input from the council members that are part of the legal committee. We can, of course, open it up for input from members of the cannabis community to come in and weigh in on it, but also members of our health community and those people that have other concerns. So we can take additional input, we can combine it and come back hopefully with a better, more acceptable version of the ordinance.
You know, and I know to a large extent, our hands are tied because of the state regulations and what have you. But nevertheless, you know, we still have to abide by whatever the regulations are. But in saying that, I also hope that we as a city, if we are able to do so, create some kind of fund to be able to help the individuals that get affected by the use of cannabis. And instead of say for instance, put them in jail for whatever, because of the use or whatever the case may be, that we would be able to address the issue through some kind of problem solving or substance abuse, being able to help them, and instead of you know, sending them to jail or whatever. I don't know whether we are able to do that or not, to provide some kind of a fund.
Actually, Counselor, if you will allow myself and the city attorney to dig into the ordinance, the state legislation, I believe that a portion of the excise tax that is supposed to be levied on recreational cannabis is supposed to go to those kind of treatment and education programs. We just have to avail ourselves of that particular avenue for gaining the funding, and then we can apply it here in Roswell.
And the city would be in control of that funding? I mean,
assuming that the CCD, the Cannabis Control Division, and the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department have come up with the rules for distribution of the excise tax as they collect it. Obviously, we'll stay on top of that, and when those funds become available, we will make sure that we apply.
and so when this one goes back to legal committee, hopefully we'll have those discussions, and by the time the reading comes along next month, that we will have a decision as to whether we are able to and how to go about creating this fund?
Well, I can certainly get a hold of the Cannabis Control Division and ask them where they're at with respect to funding the education and treatment programs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mavers, or I don't know if this is for Mr. Patterson, but Mr. Mavers, would you go back to your slide presentation that you did on when these people applied and when it's going to P&Z? So you're telling me that you put a booklet out in October with the way for people to apply. Is that correct?
We began the first framework of our ordinance was approved last October. We added amendment number 1, which continued to fill out the framework, which was, I believe, due in November. We added amendment number 2, which really, we're about 95% of the way there, with the understanding that the state is still making up rules. We'll probably not be complete with this particular piece of legislation in the city for several years, but we're watching it. The bottom line, though, I think what you're trying to get at is we had everything in place, our framework. We had our zoning code updated. We had the development regulations updated. We had all the applications in place, and we had put together a guidebook that worked people through the process. All of that was done and available, and staff was ready to start taking applications in January, right after the holidays.
So I guess my question, when did you get first application from Pecos Valley? They're first on the list on the P&Z for the April 26th. I want to know when that started, because if you're saying they were in place, all your rules and regulations and zoning were in place and available to these various vendors, when did they place their application?
The last week of March.
The last week of March.
The week before cannabis became, retail sales became legal.
So all of these companies were well aware.
Everything that we've done up to this point has been legally advertised. It's been transparent. Public hearings have been held. We can only assume that they were focused on the larger markets.
Okay, well, that answers my question. My second question, and maybe it's either to you or Mr. Patterson, is this ordinance is proposed. Where'd that ordinance come from? Where'd you take your direction to write that ordinance? Because I question some of those things in an ordinance, doing away with the fees. Who suggested you do that? Who wrote the ordinance, and whose input did you have to do that?
We received direction from, I believe maybe Joe can help here. Mayor Jennings spoke to Joe and the city manager. The city manager, and I believe he also spoke to Parker. Okay.
Yeah.
They passed on that information to me. I'm actually the author of the entire ordinance, not just the current amendment.
So you took it on yourself to waive all of these zoning restrictions? You took it on yourself to waive the permit fee?
That was the direction I was given, was to find a streamlined way that would allow our existing medical cannabis facilities to begin selling recreational cannabis immediately. By virtue of the fact that if we start selling immediately, only because all they have to do is show their vice license and update their business registration. There's no requirement then to go through the conditional use permit, so those fees get waived because there's no requirement. There's no requirement for a zone change, so no fees are collected there. There's no requirement for an operational permit, so no fees are collected there. It was a result. The waiving of the fees was a result of the way the streamlining worked out.
Mr. Nebb, you want to chime in on this? Because I find this a stripped-down version that I don't know if that was the direction that was given.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Councilor, the conversation came between both the deputy city manager and the mayor. We had the conversation about we have these existing businesses already in place. We have the state law that says that they can be in business and they can operate. So the request was, in order to develop out this amendment in the ordinance, was to allow them to operate underneath the minimum requirements of the state law. And so the removal of all of that information is to recognize them as an existing business and as that they have the right to operate within that. So the request was, as the amendment goes through there is a cause and effect on, once you establish that we're going to recognize the streamlined version for all of our existing medical businesses that are going to move into the recreational. And then that would adjust all of this other information that was required in our current ordinance.
I guess I don't understand.
Counselor,
Yep.
I think the idea is that you can't do it both ways. Either they're ready to go now and they just go, or else we have a process of review that involves fees and all, because the fees are part of the city's review process. So if there's no review, there's no fees.
You're saying if there's no review of anything, there are no fees, and that's what stripped the fees out of this.
Right, so for example, if you need to get a zone change, then you need to file a application, and that costs money because then the community development department has to allocate resources to that. So the fees are meant to reimburse the city for the cost of dealing with the application. So if there's no time spent by the city to review applications, then there's no fee. There's no application, there's no application fee.
Right. So the request was, correct me if I'm wrong, the request was to try to get the medical dispensaries moved to being selling recreational. Was that not the request
No,
by the mayor?
from what I understand, the request from the mayor was to allow these existing medical dispensaries to begin selling recreational cannabis immediately upon presentation of an updated cannabis license.
So there was no other way to write this ordinance, Mr. Patterson? Because this is a watered down,
Yes, and that was,
and there was no other way to write this ordinance
yeah, I mean, that
to
would be,
respect the previous ordinances that were in place. No other way?
well, that would be something we could look at in the legal committee. I mean, this was, the request as we understood it, and perhaps staff misunderstood, the request that we understood to be being brought is that those medicinal marijuana operations that are currently existing have been granted a vice license by the state. They are good to go by the state. They've paid all their fees. They've done all the homework on the state side. Therefore, there should be no further hindrance to them from the city side. They should just go and begin selling. So there's no applications they need to file with us. There's no zone change they need to file with us. There's nothing they need to do with us that would involve fees. Fees would be impediments. If we said you need to have this fee before you can begin selling, that would be not what we believed that our instruction was, to take away all hindrances at the city side to these types of medical businesses moving straight into retail sales.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a basis for where this ordinance came from, how it was stripped down from what the other was, and what the direction was, and whether the direction and what the ordinance are line up with each other.
If we were going to try to maintain a level of control with respect to time, place, and manner, conditions of approval, and things like that, we have to respect our existing conditional use permit regulations and our existing zone change regulations to maintain the level of control that we were instructed to do relative to making sure that we have the ability to site these facilities in an appropriate location, to establish conditions of approval which will maintain consistency with neighborhood and surrounding uses. The applicants must go through the process of the conditional use permit and the zone change. Our current regulations for conditional use permit and zone change require that they go through not only a planning commission review and hearing, but also a city council review. Now, just to give you an idea, for every project that comes up to the planning commission, there's 3 weeks of advertising time preceding that, okay? 3 weeks before the planning and zoning commission meeting, we have to send out advertising to the local newspaper. 2 weeks ahead of time, we have to send out all the notices to the surrounding neighbors. 1 week ahead of time, we post the agenda and the conditions of approval. Prior to that 3-week time period, though, staff has to review everything for consistency with our ordinances. We also have to write the conditions of approval. We also have to write the staff report. All of that has to be done. So for any application that comes in, you're looking at a 6-week time frame, minimum. If it comes in at a certain time of the month, it may be 8 weeks. And that's assuming we have the ability and the staff to move things through quickly. After the Planning Commission meeting, one of the things that the previous council requested and and was approved, of course, is the City Council wants final authority. So what's coming out of the Planning Commission at this point will only be recommendations for either approval or denial of the applications. 2 weeks later, it'll come up to the City Council, where the City Council will get to review the application and the procedures and everything else, and then you will render the final decision. That was what was put into place. That's what is in place now. So by asking us to condense that time frame down to where we do not do a conditional use permit, we do not go through all the procedures. If we were to do all that, and we can't meet our current codes if we condense the time frame and just allow our existing medical dispensaries to automatically become recreational dispensaries as well, okay, without modifying our conditional use permit requirements and our zone change requirements, and consequently stripping out the requirement also for final City Council authority. It's just, there's no way around it. It's either we grant them the ability to operate immediately with no changes in their operational mechanisms that they have in place today, or we go through the process. And as you can see right now, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different dispensaries that have already stepped up and said, we're willing to go through the process. We want to do it right. We don't want to be a non-conforming use that's allowed to sell. We want to conform with the city's zoning code. We want to conform with the conditional use permits. We want to be good neighbors. So that's why in 2 weeks, you'll see Pecos Valley Productions and NMT Ultra Health at the Planning and Zoning Commission. 2 weeks later, at the next City Council meeting, assuming, depending on the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, they'll be back here as well in front of you, and they will be making their presentation to allow for the conversion.
No more questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilwoman Halverson.
I've met with several of these companies already, and they know my stance on it. They know I don't agree with the law. I don't think cannabis sales for the city or the state are any good, but the law is what the law is. So I have to abide by the law, and I think they should be allowed to do sales. So when speaking with them, we were talking about only the medical locations in the current zones. They're the only ones allowed, is what the proposed ordinance is what you're talking about? So if allowing them, they're the only ones allowed in the ordinance that was already not allowed. Does that make sense? So you guys have an ordinance not allowing sales in these locations, but they're in the locations you're not allowing.
There are a handful of those up there that, based on the current ordinance, they are going to be coming forward with the zone change, a conditional use permit, as well as a variance to allow for encroachment into a 300-foot setback.
Okay, because again, I don't agree with sales, but if anyone was going to sell, I would rather they sell because they're more regulated. And like Ms. Rutley said, I don't want fentanyl-laced marijuana out there, having these kids take that. I was wondering why in the current zone ordinance that you guys wrote, why did you not include the amount of licenses, the time or the place allowed for sales, if that information was already known from the state?
Again, at the time we were writing this ordinance, we knew we had existing medical facilities. That's why we have an entire section of the non-conforming use section, which says those folks can continue to operate as they always have. Okay? There is nothing that is going to force them to close. Nothing will force them to relocate. They become non-conforming uses, but legal non-conforming uses. If they want to continue to operate as a medical cannabis facility only, they don't have to do anything at all other than continue to operate as they have always done before. What's triggering the change is the increase in use, the change in use from medical to a combination medical and recreational dispensary. That's a significant change in their operational requirements. It's a significant change in state law that they have to abide by, and therefore we have responded because we do have concerns, and they are legitimate concerns about the industry as a whole and our ability. You know, what the feedback that we got from the previous council, from the previous legal committee, as well as our task force, was that there were certain places, certain locations where cannabis recreational dispensaries were okay, certain places and certain zones where industrial cultivation and everything were okay. We wrote the ordinance around that. We provided for appropriate separation distances, not just from residential and from schools and churches and things like that, but also separation distance from one cannabis facility to another cannabis, so we don't end up with a dispensary on every corner. Okay? All of that was taken into account, and of course we are following the state guidelines, rules and regulations. When they make their application, they provide us with their state information so we can double check and make sure they're following state law. All right? And then it's just a matter of going through our process, which has been ready and available since January. Honestly, there is no reason why every single one of those companies up there should not have begun selling recreational cannabis April 1st. There was more than enough time. The process only takes 6 to 8 weeks. We were ready in January. We could have had people approved in March, and all they had to do was hold on until April 1st.
And speaking with them, not to defend them, but I think they thought they were grandfathered in with the state law and they didn't have to do any city.
I find that hard to believe, since every city, most of those companies up there have facilities in Albuquerque, in Santa Fe, many, Ruidoso, every city, every county is taking a different approach to time, place, and manner regulations.
And can you go to your next, not the next slide, but the slide after? Go to on your slides here. I'd like to see the next, not the next slide, but the one after the next.
Okay. This one?
And where's the one with the detriments, the problems that we're going to have if we?
Oh, okay.
So I think
Potential
this
concerns,
goes
that
back
one?
to what Ed was going, Councilor Hildenbrand was going. A lot of this, I guess I'm confused as to why, if we change the rules, and you talked about a lot of that already, why this would happen, why we would lose a lot of our.
Again, if all that's required is that they show us their current state license, and we automatically grant them the ability to modify their commercial business registration, okay, to modify it from a medical dispensary to a recreational establishment, okay, we will not get to review their application to the state. We will not get to review their operational guidelines. We will not have the opportunity to set time. In other words, we cannot work with them to set appropriate time. They could operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We will not be able to make appropriate provisions for protections for some of the surrounding land uses as well. Without the zone change, conditional use permit, or variance, staff will be unable to propose appropriate operational standards related to time, place, and manner. We basically forfeit the rights that we were granted, the limited rights that we were granted by the state, by streamlining in this particular manner, if we just push through. And there are a couple of cities around the state, I know, that have done exactly that. Show us your vice license, here you go. Okay? Right now they're backpedaling as quickly as they possibly can, okay? Because they are popping up on every corner. There's a couple of, I know for a fact that Las Cruces is now re-looking at their time rules, because they are selling, many of the facilities selling 24 hours a day. I know that Ruidoso is very concerned about the number of cannabis facilities. If you've driven through Midtown recently, there must be one every second or third shop, okay, is now a cannabis facility. You know, we've determined months ago that because we are a very family-oriented community, that especially our downtown is one that we provide family-friendly entertainment and recreation and other things, that cannabis shops in our immediate downtown were completely and totally inappropriate. Okay? So we put together the provisions to require that they go in the C2 zone with a zone change and conditional use permit, as opposed to the C3 downtown district. We also determined, talking to our historic preservation people, that the historic area was also inappropriate. That would include the historic railroad district, the MRA, as well. So there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this ordinance, and it's been worked out and worked over and discussed and reviewed and legally advertised. And although, Counselor, I certainly appreciate that you disagree with our approach, this was the approach that the previous council took.
Yeah, and I know it's happening downtown. I mean, I'm volunteering downtown all the time. People are smoking left and right. There's nothing we can do about that. But if this does go to legal, I know we have a motion to go to legal. I would like to see where you guys set the time and the date when it can be sold, and the location, and then the amount of licenses in the ordinance. And I request that you involve people in the cannabis industry in that process. And I yield.
Okay.
Thank you, Council Lady Halverson. We have Council Lady Best.
Okay, I'm trying to be real good tonight. I really, really am. We worked long and hard on this, Kevin. Miss Judy, sitting out there, Jason, myself, we spent probably every Monday for about 4 months. The room had Parker in it, you. Remember your name. Yes, you, the assistant attorney. 9 a.m. every Monday for months. The door was open completely to all of the companies. They were allowed to come in. So going into this, I agree with Jason and Angela, Mr. Oropesa, all of you. I agree with the medical. I don't agree with just walking in and buying whatever, because we also have cartel we have to deal with, because they're moving into town too. Tim, when you brought this, Mayor, excuse me, when you brought this back here after the previous council voted on it, what were your direct thoughts? And I think, Mr. Hildebrandt, you're trying to get that out. Since you brought it back to us, what exactly do you want?
Madam Chair, I brought that back because it appeared to me that there was a movement, in my opinion, to limit something that was authorized, a product that was authorized under the state of New Mexico. And when the state of New Mexico authorized the medical people to allow them to have the vice license, which means that they could sell both ways, I thought that was something that was reasonable, because to me they had the criteria set up about making it to ensure people would get a decent product, a good product, or honest or safe product, and it appeared to me that it was silly that we were the only community in the state that no one could get a license to sell a product, even after the state had already, to me, the state had made a decision that if these individuals that were legal to sell medical marijuana were legal to sell recreational marijuana, that there were enough qualities there, safeguards there, that would be safe. I thought that was appropriate. I could not see why it was so difficult to be that no one could get a license in our community, and that's the way I looked at it. Whether it was by design, by the previous or by the council, or other people who didn't like the product. I don't particularly care for the product at all. It does have significant medical uses for individuals. I worked on sponsoring some of the medical use of it, and which I think is really an open frontier about some of the things that it can be very beneficial with, cancer and seizures and other things. I like that. Other than that, I don't care for marijuana for anything. And so, but I think if the state of New Mexico made it a legal product and they determined that it was okay to sell in that, I couldn't see us being the only community in the state that could not figure out how to sell the product. And why?
So
That's where I came from. I did not. I don't mind setting about the time, the place. I don't know if the state already decided that the people who were already there could sell that as far as the place. The time, I don't have any problems with time. And the manner, what I'll consider as being the manner would be, if that's edibles or if that's pills or whatever else, that's something I think that would have to be designed. But I have no problems with the setting the time when you sell it and things, assuming that it will be reasonable. But the existing places, I think, in their 15-year history, I don't think that I've heard of one complaint in really statewide about anybody selling the medical use of cannabis. I think that I don't recall one complaint anywhere in the state where someone complained about it being sold in a haphazard way or in a way that would harm anybody in any community. And I have more concern about people who might sell just recreational products about that. But I believe the medical people have shown a great deal of responsibility in their actions, and I've assumed that they would, and I believe they will carry it on in selling the recreational part as well. And that's where my goal was getting. Is it just seemed silly to me that we're the only community in the state that couldn't come up with some means to have marijuana for sale. When the state made it available by April the 1st. If it was because our ordinance took so long to go through, I don't know, but that's.
Well, we were already told it didn't take that long for our ordinance to go through, that it was ready as long as the folks followed the way we had set it up. Also, Santa Fe gave us the opportunity. Personally, if they would have made bubble cities, I believe that was the first thing I asked, is if we could just do nothing but medical marijuana in Roswell. That was the first thing I asked. We were not allowed to, because the state gave us time, place, and manner. That's what they let us work with, to work with our city whatsoever. There is a 6% back, if you told me correctly, that is coming back, Mr. Orpesa, to the city, supposedly, to the city for your account that you want to set up to help the kids, is in that law, if I remember right, and what Barry says.
Now, we'll go and find the, I remember reading it, that the excise tax, certain portions of the excise tax were to be set aside.
I'd have to go look at it again. It's
Yeah,
been a
we
minute
need
since
to
I read
look
the
at
tax
it.
part of
We
it.
can find you exactly.
I think some of it's coming back, and we were gonna get together with this young lady back here with La Casa and kind of work together as a deal. And this is probably where I'm gonna get in deep shit. And I can tell you that already. I feel that, and I probably shouldn't say this because I'm going to get in trouble, but I'm already at the end, so it doesn't matter. I think there may have been some sort of contributions to some of these folks up here to get this set back up here for us to revisit.
Point of
the
order,
issue.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yes.
I still have the floor, so I feel that the previous council had good heart in mind for this city and all of our children, and that everything that we've done, of course, I've been sitting here 10 years, everything we've done has been nothing but for the city to move forward. I understand we didn't get it open on April 1st. I get that. But as you said, we're proactive. We're not reactive. The other cities are being reactive. We're proactive. Like Ms. Moore said, we can hold it in and we can let it out little by little, but we can't let it out and put it back in the bottle. So I believe that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Councilman Haldeman.
I'd like to make a point of order there, Mr. Mayor, because the records are available for contributions that were given to each council member. And I beg to say that if there was anyone who made a contribution to my race was from there. So you're totally misinformed. And I ask that you reject that statement.
I specifically didn't say a name. I said some of the members. And I will not retract it because it is a true statement. And I don't lie. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Best. Councilwoman Arnold?
Okay, so the first thing I'd like to say is, at this point for me, Santa Fe chose this for us. It is law. So my way of thinking about the industry, is that it is business opportunity for our community. Because I really try to remove my personal opinion or emotion and look at it as we have members of our community who are trying to open and extend their businesses. And operating our policies and procedures to expedite that seems very important. After reading the ordinance, reading the State Regulation Act, I am feeling that there was a lot left out. So while I do agree that the whole ordinance does need to go back to the legal committee, I am kind of leery on a couple notes as to why we shouldn't hold the public hearing and go ahead and move forward. Now I have a couple questions. Let me make sure I've got them organized here because they're all over the place. The first one, Mr. Mavers, the applications that were submitted to you, said you had 7. Were there any of them that were not vice members?
I'm sorry, any were not what members?
Vice.
Vice?
Yes.
Vice? No, none.
They were all vice.
Well, at this point, from what has been submitted, every single one of the applications that we received so far has a vice license, yes.
Okay. All right, so we've been working with them probably a good amount of years. We're familiar with how they operate in some sense. Second question I have was, when the original ordinance was written, I think Councilor Best actually said that that the public and the businesses were actually, the doors were open to them. Was there ever an invitation or a letter sent to them advising them of the meetings or when they were held?
Every single one of the existing medical cannabis facilities in town received a phone call from me personally during the early part of the process, inviting them to be part of the process.
Okay. All right. I'm kind of getting mixed information on that. Okay, let me see. This is for City Attorney Patterson. Why didn't the proposed amendment include time, place, and agreed upon regulations?
The way that our ordinance is currently set up, all of those are determined on a case-by-case basis. So as Mr. Mavers was describing, the way that it's intended to work is that once they bring forward their particular application, then it's a determination on the basis of where that proposed location is going to be and the neighborhood uses there. And so that's where, as it comes to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission would then say, okay, we recommend that this be approved according to X, Y, and Z conditions, and that becomes part of the conditional use permit. And so that's how the ordinance was built that way. So there was not a simple way to do what you're describing, where we would have to basically write an entire new ordinance that had all of that built-in time, place, and manner, instead of going case by case, but just saying all businesses, this is the rule, right? So we would have to create that. And, going back to legal, if that's something that people are interested in, we can certainly look at that.
So you're telling me that the whole point of each person that applies and goes through Planning and Zoning Commission and all of that, actually, it could vary on when they're allowed to be open according to where they are? Because I personally would rather us stick to the hours that we currently have in place with our medicinal. My daddy told me that nothing good happens after midnight.
We don't currently have any hours in place for medicinal.
No hours in place.
Not in city ordinance.
Okay, why not? I mean, if you're worried about time, place now, you weren't worried about it with medicinal?
Prior to the new ordinance being put in place, when medicinal was first enacted, no city ordinances were put in place at all about it. And that's why, for example, we have current existing uses that are within very close to schools and things like that, and they could be anywhere as long as they're in a commercial district. So there was very little regulation. Once the Cannabis Regulation Act was enacted, there was a time period between when it was enacted and when it came into effect. And during that time period, that was when the council asked staff to come forward with some legislation for the city to address cannabis. And that's when we created the cannabis ordinance. And in doing that, then it became a question of what do we do with these existing medical establishments? And that's why we said, all right, as long as they continue to do what they've always been doing, we'll leave them alone. But if they want to change or expand, then they're shunted into the process just like a new establishment.
Counselor,
Okay.
if I could assist just a little bit. Again, Section 12, local control, the state ordinance, A1. Part of it says the city has the ability to include rules that reasonably limit the density of licenses and operating times consistent with neighborhood uses. In other words, when we evaluate a location, we look at the uses in that particular neighborhood, in that particular area, and we have the right to set their operating hours based upon consistency with neighborhood uses. And as you know, depending on where they're located in the city, okay, we have some places in the city that are open later at night. We have some places, quite honestly, downtown is one of them. Downtown is pretty much shut down Monday through Friday by about 6 p.m. That neighborhood use would give us the authority to set hours, say from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. downtown, but possibly something in the north end of town or in the south end of town where you have other uses that stay open later at night, we may allow them to stay open till 8 or 9 o'clock at night, depending on the type of uses. Additionally, because so many of our existing uses do not meet the requirements of our current ordinance in terms of setback from existing medical facilities, from residential uses, from churches and other things, they're going to come in with a variance. A variance, by definition, allows us to place additional regulations and restrictions on operating based upon their proximity to these incompatible uses. Okay? So each development, and it's not just cannabis, every development that comes through, Every development that requires a special use permit or a conditional use permit is looked at by staff on a case-by-case basis. The idea of a special use permit or conditional use permit is to create consistency with surrounding land uses and to protect any potential negative or mitigate any potential negative effects. Those have to be looked at on a case-by-case. It is nearly impossible to draw up a blanket set of rules and regulation and have it apply in 100% of the cases. Even with the 7 that we've got going on up there. Our Greenleaf does not need a variance. They're coming in because their particular location, either by luck of the draw, okay, or whatever, they do not need a variance. They're going to come in with their standard conditional use permit and zone change. There will be no variance. On the other hand, Pecos Valley Productions and NMTO Ultra Health, they both will be coming in with their zone change, conditional use permit, and a variance because of proximity to residential and other medical uses. Okay. Others, we have Brian's Green Care and Pure Life. Those are brand new licensees. Okay. There is nothing to compare. They're brand new. They'll be going through the process the way it was intended as brand new licensees. So out of the 7 up there, we've got at least 3 different types of applications that are going to be coming in, some with variances, some without, and some brand new. Each one has to be looked at as a unique.
I understand. So, but you brought up in kind of comparison to the downtown, but as I understood it, downtown was restricted along with the historic district. That we actually, that those actually can't be put in that area. Am I correct on that?
Okay. Again, the downtown area was discussed extensively in all of our meetings, okay? And because of the various festivals, because of the family-friendly environment, because of the way it's set up with our tourist attractions and everything else, it was just determined by everyone there that that is an incompatible use.
Okay,
that
so
cannabis
time,
is an
place is
incompatible
irrelevant as a comparison for that.
Okay.
Right, I mean, comparing it, because there can't be one there, so there's no reason to compare it. On the other locations, and I mean, you've kind of gotten around my point. I want to address this question. So I requested emails from Pecos Valley Productions between you and them, just so I could kind of see the way communication works. And I know they began speaking with you at the latter part of December, submitted their application on February 23rd. And I also note that this says here that the commission, which almost 8 weeks later, they'll be in front of the P&Z Commission on April 26th. Is there another hearing after that? What happens, so the next day on April 27th?
After April 26th, regardless of what happens on April 26th, whether the Planning Commission recommends approval or denial of their application, it will be sent to City Council for final review. And the City Council has final authority
so
on
the
all cannabis
26th,
developments.
so you're looking at 3 additional weeks. So, okay. I'm going to wrap up with my last question, and I'm going to make this statement. You know, one of the things I ran on was business development. I've had a lot of people, even the last time I ran 2 years ago, talk about how difficult Roswell is to develop business. I'm not sure why, but I think I understand a little bit more now. I want to ask you and Mr. Patterson, well, and I want to say this first, because I am huge on self-actualization and accountability. What could you two or the city have done better to get people up and moving like every other city in New Mexico by April 1st?
Councilor, as part of my presentation, I went through the timeline. We started working on a cannabis ordinance in June of last year. We had our cannabis ordinance done, completed, signed off by December. We had all applications and all materials ready for the applicants in January. Had the applicants actually been paying attention to what was going on, they could have made their application in January. They would have most likely been approved at the March meetings. And come April 1, every single one of these organizations could be selling. The only reason we are not selling recreational cannabis in the city of Roswell right now today is because those organizations did not take the time to come into our office, to pick up the forms, to make their appropriate applications, and to get in the queue. That is the only reason. There is no...
I do believe a majority of those are in other cities and operating. So evidently, they did have some notion of how to do something. Mr. Patterson, I'm going to pass that question. What could the city have done better to not be having to delay and have this moved back to the legal committee?
City staff has been operating under the directives of the city council as it was created by the previous administration. And so we have been given direction under the ordinance that was adopted, and so we have to use what we've got. If the current council would like to go a different direction, we need that direction from you, and we can change tack. But right now, we're using what we've got, and so that is the system, the paradigm that we're under. So if you would like us to do something different, we will need to change the ordinance. In order to change the ordinance, we have to go back to legal, hence the current motion.
I yield.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, if you would allow, I would like to call the question. This is great conversation that probably would be best if this motion passes to take place within the legal committee.
Point of order. Don't you have to have the floor to call the question?
I don't believe so. Not to call the question.
No, I don't believe you need the floor to call the question.
Okay.
So we have a motion to move the previous question. We have, there are, 4 people left on the podium to speak, and, I believe Ms. Moore, Councilman Moore was on for a second time, but she's back off again. So, okay. So we have a motion, to call the question. The clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn? Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Sanchez? Counselor Corn Best?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson? No. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Counselor Perry?
Aye.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Heldenbrand?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-3. 7-3.
Okay, so we had a motion to call the question. The question has been called for. So the motion on the floor was to send this proposed ordinance 22-7-07 to the legal committee. And so that's the motion, and we will have the clerk will call the roll. So we had a motion to move the question, to call the question. So now the motion reverts back to calling.
Yes,
Motion goes
Mr. Mayor,
back
that's correct.
to send the bill to the legal committee.
Counselor Corn?
No.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
Mayor, if you could
Just-
please repeat the, what the motion is.
The motion is, shall this proposed ordinance go to the legal committee, the council legal committee, for further hearing?
Yes. Counselor Corn Best? Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Halverson,
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Moore, Counselor Hildenbrand.
Yes.
The motion passes 8-2.
Thank you. And I would assume hopefully that we might have to call a special meeting after the legal committee and when they come up with a motion for this and see where we go. We might see what we can do on calling a special, so we can get this in this group, we can solve the issues that we have before us, because otherwise I believe that the state, we will have some issues involving whether or not we are denying or in these individual businesses the ability to sell a legally licensed program or product in the state of New Mexico. We might have to check on that as well. Okay. Next things, the next item of business we have on is item 16, consideration of the award of ITB 22-016, the Roswell Inclusive Park Project, Phase 1, to award that bid to Lone Mountain Contracting.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I make a motion that we award ITB 22-016 for the Roswell Inclusive Park Project Phase 1 to Lone Mountain Contracting Incorporated in the amount of $1,692,700.17, which includes gross receipts tax.
I have a motion on the floor. Let's see, Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of history on this one because I know we have some new members. We started discussing this 2018, 2019 at General Services, some of the town hall meetings that we used to have. The picture you see on your screen is the group that came to us, Horizon Park, and they wanted an inclusive park, and there was all sorts of discussion. It finally got funded, and kudos to Representative Nybert to help and push this. And what the slide you see now is the layout that we have, that we bid out. The blue part is Phase 1. And basically what we're going to do with Phase 1 is build, you can see the parking lot to the northwest part of the slide. And you'll come in off the blue sidewalk, go around it. So Phase 1, basically we're just building the access, and then the big circle will be the older kids. As you walk around, the next little circle will be the water feature. Then we'll have a little area for the little kids, and then we're going to have a sensory garden. And going back to the slide and what Horizons Park and what all the discussion was the couple of years before, we have not lost the identity or the gist of what we're trying to do, what they were asking for. What we have lost was we didn't have enough money to do it all at once. So what you have before you is Phase 1 to award to loan company as stated, the $1.6 million. We do have unobligated money of $1.2 million from our first grant. And again, through with Nybert and to the graces of MLG, we have another grant of $853,000. Our intent, and when I filled out the questionnaire for the bond, is to try to use some of the second bond money for this first phase. And I put that on the bond. We haven't seen the agreement, so that's our intent. If we do award it and they don't allow us, then we're going to have to pay for this out of other pockets. But I just wanted to give you a little history of what we're dealing with. This is a very good project. I'm excited with it. I've never done something like this. I got involved with it in October 2020. The grant came in spring of 2020. But what you have before you is we had 2 bidders. Lone Mountain, I did research on Lone, haven't worked with them, but statewide, they've worked with facilities, University of New Mexico State. They're currently doing press upgrades for NEMI. And then I understand they also do some baseball field upgrades for NEMI too, so they specialize in this kind of work. Other than that, the Infrastructure Committee recommended 4-0 to present it to council and for award, and I stand for any further questions.
Yes, on the list of questions, we have Councilman Foster. Before.
That was from the prior, sorry.
Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate a huge thank you. I know that Representative Nybert has worked very hard on this for a number of years. So have our other legislators that are here locally, and we're very grateful that this year the state had the finances, and we're grateful that Governor Lujan Grisham as well moved this forward. I think it's going to be a huge asset to our families here in Roswell. Thank you.
Any further Council Lady Moore, please.
I'm so excited that this is finally starting. This is one of my baby pet peeves. I work, even though, I'm still not happy about where it is. I'm gonna let y'all make it. Because I think there's gonna be so much noise over there. And I wanted to guess with you, Mr. Nahar, I went to the all-inclusive park in in Albuquerque. And they have some amazing things there, and I think it behooves us to see some of those little things. They have a swing that you put the wheelchair, they slide your wheelchair on it, and they can swing on the swing in their wheelchair. And they had like a seesaw thing that you ride, they ride their wheelchair, and they have braces for their crutches or whatever, and they could do the little saw. It's just a little motion thing. It was amazing. It is amazing. It's way bigger than that. And then he said we don't have their money, but I think it's going to be an awesome, I want to say, place to start. But at how many million we at? 2 point something?
Well, to finish it will be about $2.3 million.
2.3 million,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that's really different. Are the people still involved? The ones that first came to us with this, are they still? Remember that organization that came when we?
Okay, the organizations and outside money, we have $0 that I've heard of committed. So far, all this has been to the legislature, and any shortfall from legislature will be the responsibility of the city. So I know there's been other promises, but I have yet to see anything.
Yeah, because they were all gung-ho, and so I'm excited about seeing this come to fruition, and this may be one of the things
That's
that
why
I
I give,
really
that's
pay.
why I give kudos to Representative Nybert and our governor for, she also likes this project as well.
Because they were doing a lot of talk about what they were going to do and and put in, and so I'm excited to see this through. This may be one project that I go and look, and as it grows, like some of y'all were doing with the recreation center, everybody was checking the visit. I think this is one project that I may kind of, follow through and look and watch the progress and
You'll be able to
take
go to the
pictures.
parking lot and watch it, Counselor.
I'm not. I want to ride in the golf cart and go. But anyway, I'm excited about this, and we're saying the phase 1 is going to start.
Phase 1, okay, this is the way it works. So tomorrow I'll issue the letter of award if you vote yes. After that, I'll send them the contracts on Monday. The contracts come back. The mayor will sign them. Then we'll have a pre-con, and then once they're awarded, they can order the materials. I did have a visit from the staff from Lone Mountain today. The lead time is about 6 months. So that's right now 6 months to get the materials, and then we would start.
Before we could start.
Yes, man. Again, as we've discussed in other projects, lead time and materials, it's unbelievable right now.
Is it likelihood of the price going up like the other one? Is there any likelihood that we're going to have one of those?
I hope not, and I had sent him an email right after we opened the bids that I gave him authority to go ahead and order the materials, because that's just what we have to do to honor the prices. I didn't hear anything back, so as far as there's any requests for additional funds or prices, I will fight it.
All right, thank you. Will we have any say in the toys or the equipment that goes through there, or any?
The toys and all that was listed on the plans. you're welcome to come to engineering and we can show you what was on there. But again, that's why I said on all this, and again, I got assigned to this in October of 2020, but what the idea was from Horizon Parks, we have tried to mimic all their playground equipment, including the wheelchair access swing and that kind of stuff. But we do have the list of all the equipment that's part of this project. And
I
you're
just
welcome
hope
to
to
come
have a
over to
few more
engineering and
shade
we'll share it with
structures
you.
than that, though.
You're welcome to come over.
Right, thank you. I yield. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Lady. Any further comments? Mr. Nehar, I know the Kiwanis Club was very much in tune with this, and they've done a great deal of research on this. I was pretty concerned about this program when the city turned out contracted a group of people to design a park, and the individuals came to me and they were upset because no one who designed that park for $240,000 or whatever ever talked to anyone about any of that group that had put this park deal to Kiwanis and had talked to them about what would be in an inclusive park. And I would just ask that at some point in time, that when we have legislative grants and people who work towards these kind of things, that we pay real close attention to what those individuals' wishes are. And I know there's in our Sertoma Club, we've put a bunch of money from our Sertoma Club into a couple parks around here, and we've made some desires that they be readily accessible to individuals and children, and so I think it's really a fantastic deal to do that. But it's very critical that the people who design the parks have knowledge of what the purpose of the park is. And I had several complaints from people that felt that they were ignored. And if that's truly the case, then we lost about $240,000 worth of design work almost, because we got a park that didn't meet the goals of the people who put the idea together and brought it forward to the council and to the legislature to do. I would hope that in the future that we watch that very, very carefully.
Yeah, again, we did mimic what was Horizon's club or people wanted, and you bring up a good point with the other clubs and their availability. And with Phase 2, as you look at the screen in the orange, right on the outer edge of the blue, we're going to have little gazebos and that kind of stuff. That's what we're hoping that the Kiwanis clubs, the Sertoma clubs, whoever wants to sponsor some of these facilities so we can have more of them out there in the landscaped area. And again, that's what we're hoping for. That way we have community contributions. If you've ever been to the Inclusive Park in Carlsbad, right next to their rocket slide, which they left outside standing at the park, you can walk on the floor and you can see the Forest Company, this club over here, this club over here, where the community helped pitch in and buy the equipment. I would hope that the community here in Roswell would help sponsor some of the extra stuff that we're going to have, the picnic tables, the canopies, and if we do need to grow, let's sponsor some more pieces and toys for these kids to play on.
And I know the companies that do playground equipment and things have engineers and stuff on staff in those companies that can help an awful lot with what to design in a park and what to make a park inclusive, and how important it is when you design a park that you have facilities that are there that can recognize all challenges that all people have. So I would do that.
It will be for all the challenges and the challenge children and probably some of the young adults.
And I would also just like to inform the the council that if this bill does not pass which I'm sure it will, if it does not pass, I will not vote in case of a tie because I have an interest that could be perceived in that. And some might be able to call me, accuse me of having a conflict of interest in this part. So, if seeing no further debate, I would, Chair would, Council Perry, you've got a motion on the floor, seconded by Councilman Foster, to approve item number 16, the award of ITB-22-16, the Roswell Inclusive Park Project Phase 1 to Lone Mountain Construction. If the clerk could call the roll.
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Cornbest?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Heldenbrand?
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Council. Next, we have item 17 on the agenda. This is to consider and ratify the emergency repair work to White Cloud Pipeline. And you can see the amounts on your agenda. Total is a grant is $533,202.24. Councilman Perry.
Mr. Mayor, if you would be kind enough to oblige, we've been at it for 3 hours and almost 15 minutes. Could we take a 5-minute recess for maybe a restroom break? Would that be appropriate?
No?
You may have to find somebody else to make this motion.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess, please. Thank you.
How's it go?
I'm in a minute. That, I was gonna say thank you. Is there a signature on that?
The Chamber of Commerce. There, the other more. I'll grant you that.
dear.
Our trustee clerk said it's been 10 minutes.
Business done.
No, he said a lot of the late fee was.
Just tell them take it out of your paycheck, right?
Right.
They're there to begin with.
$1. Take it out of my dollar that I get.
Yeah.
Look, I had to borrow $1 from Mr. Sorry, he won't give me a candy.
I'll cover you this time.
Madam Clerk, are you ready? Okay, we're back on item 17.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With a recommendation from the former Infrastructure Committee and a vote of 4-0, I make a motion that we ratify the large diameter emergency waterline repair work to White Cloud Pipeline Corporation for waterline repairs to North Montana, and 16th in the amount of $210,726.76, to Garden and Cherry in the amount of $86,859.72, and Third and Railroad in the amount of $235,615.76, which includes gross receipts taxes of $7.8333 for a total with gross receipts of $533,202.24.
We have a motion. We have a motion by Councilor Perry, a second by Councilor Foster. Really, I really like the roll call better. Okay. We have a motion. Let's see, is there? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Sanchez. Would you tell us about your leak, how bad it was?
Losing the foam here. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm here this evening asking you to consider approval to ratify the large diameter emergency water line repair work to White Cloud Pipeline Corporation for water line repairs on North Montana and 16th in the amount of $210,726.76. Garden Cherry in the amount of $86,859.72, and Third and Railroad in the amount of $235,615.76, for a grand total of $533,202.24, and that does include the gross receipts tax. Little background, the city had 3 large diameter water line breaks, 2 36-inch and 1 20-inch, in 3 different locations. The large diameter water line repair work is being done by White Cloud Pipeline Corporation utilizing RFP 22-006. This is specialized repair work requiring line stops, large excavators, and shoring equipment. White Cloud Pipeline was selected to perform the work due to having parts and equipment readily available for the quickest line stop installation and expedited repair of the broken transmission lines. Okay, up on the PowerPoint on the slides, you can see the pictures of the one on the left is actually the 36-inch broken transmission line that was at Noon Optimus Baseball Park. If you guys drove past there, you seen it. Had almost a pond where it's filling up the park. Thought the Game and Fish was going to ask me to stock it with fish for a while. That's the length of pipe right there on the right that we replaced. And this is kind of, the picture on the left is a picture of the line stop equipment, and that's just a temporary line stop that's inserted into the 36-inch line to stop the flow of water, because we had some valves that were leaking through and broken. And just to kind of give you a visual of the size of the line we're working with and the valve that we had to install right there on Stone and Montana, that kind of shows you the size of the repair work that we're doing on these 36-inch lines. So it is a specialized field of work. And in that photo, that's the crew working inside the shoring equipment. That is on Third and Railroad. That's a 36-inch casing going underneath the railroad where that 20-inch is cracked into the casing. So we're gonna replace all of that line going through the casing under the railroad tracks on Third and Railroad, and a couple of valves, so that will require a line stop also. Again, this item will be funded by the Roswell Enterprise Fund. This water mainline repair work was not a part of the approved fiscal year 22 water maintenance budget. This will require a budget amendment to fund the project in the current water maintenance for this year. Infrastructure Committee did recommend approval 4-0, and with that, I stand for any questions.
Okay. Are there questions from counselors? Seeing none, how deep was the water out there on North Montana?
How deep was the water line?
No, how deep was, I know how deep the water line
deep
was.
in
I
the,
went and
in the
looked.
park out there?
Yeah.
It probably got about 3 or 4 foot deep. 'Cause that is a drainage actually for the water runs in there. It is planned drainage that stays there in the park whenever it rains, just in case we get flooding. But it did get pretty deep over there. I'm surprised I didn't see people out there with canoes or something.
Yeah, it was, how much, do you have any idea how many acre feet of water you lost?
No, we sure didn't, because we didn't have an accurate measurement of the flow coming out of there, but it was pretty significant. But that's why we wanted to rush and get this repair done as quick as possible to stop that flow of water. We fixed the break, and then whenever we got the break done, we actually went back to turn the water back on, and that's when we found the 36-inch valve that was broken. So we had to go back and install another line stop in order to get that 36-inch valve replaced. And we're lucky to have one in inventory, so we could get it put in, because otherwise we would have probably had a 40-week wait on a valve. So we try to keep as much material on hand just in case we run into this emergency situations like this.
Do you have any more of those big valves
Yes, we do.
on hand?
And whenever we run out, we order another one for backup.
Well, I know, but it can take months and months to get it, and from the looks of the line, it's very aged.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We do our best to get what we can, because there's a long lead time on getting that. And the supply chain, you know how it is. We got huge supply chain issues on getting PVC pipe, valves, fittings, everything else. It takes a long time to get it in. And everything's,
The valves are
cost of
very,
everything's
very,
going up.
valves are very difficult to get, so I would suggest that you probably order, I don't know how many you have, you get with Mr. Nahar and figure how many you're gonna need to have, but, because there's, if that happens and you don't have a valve, it can be 8 months or longer to get that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. It'd be devastating to the system.
Okay. If there's, okay, if the members would, vote on your, if that's all right, on your little box. Okay, by a vote of 10-0, item 17 has been, this request has been granted. Next, we have on item
Thank you very
18, we have zoning case for consider adoption zoning case number 22-005, FP plat for the Oaks subdivision, Unit 1, 62 residential lots in R1 in the district on the corner of Country Club and Nevada. Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission of a recommendation of approval of 5-0, I make a motion that we approve the zoning case 22-005, which is the final plat for the Oak Subdivision Unit 1 to create 62 residential lots in the R1 residential district to facilitate the development of single-family residential property units south of Country Club and east of Nevada Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Mabry.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and council members. We are very happy to present to you tonight zoning case 22-005. This is the final plat map for Unit 1 of the Oaks subdivision. It is for 22.184 acres, creating 62 lots at the corner of Country Club and Nevada. The slide that we're showing here, you can see the location. You can see that Unit 1 is the first unit of a much larger development that is going in south of Country Club and east of Sycamore. Between Sycamore and Nevada bisects the entire property. This property is currently being subdivided, like I said, into 62 residential units. It is my understanding that this is going to be a great help in easing our current housing crisis. As you all are aware, the middle-class housing is right now at a premium in our city. We have very, very little inventory, and we have tremendous pent-up demand. From what I understand, all of these lots, and speaking to the developer, all of these lots are already spoken for by our local builders. So we're going to get people out there under construction right away. Here's a close-up look at the actual plat map. Again, a couple of short cul-de-sacs and some interconnecting streets, creating a nice neighborhood feel. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval, 5-0, of this zoning case at their March meeting, and we're asking that the City Council consider approval of zoning case 22-005, final plat for the Oaks Unit 1 subdivision, creating 62 residential lots on properties south of Country Club and east of Nevada. And we stand for any questions.
Excuse me, Councilor Hildebrand.
Mr. Mavers, could you go back to your previous slide?
That one there?
What are those lot sizes?
If I remember correctly, they are roughly most of them are in the 8,000 square foot range.
They're what?
8,000 square feet.
But width-wise, depth-wise, average.
Oh, width and depth, 80 by 100.
Pardon?
I believe you said 80 by 100.
80 by 100?
Yeah,
Okay.
roughly. Again, I'd have to take a look at it's difficult to see that map at this distance.
Yeah, I'm having difficult too. I thought maybe.
I can certainly provide you with a full-size map, and we can go over that. But
No, it's fine. I'm just curious.
We've been working with the developer on this for most of the past year. The entire project of nearly 900 units has a wide variety of lot sizes, from down at 7,000 and 8,000 square feet. There's a variety of 10,000 and 12,000 square foot lots, up to, I believe, the largest are 15. The idea being able to provide a wide variety of housing sizes, price ranges, and everything for all different types, from entry level all the way up to executive housing, and everything in between.
City gets smaller print.
What's that?
City gets smaller print.
Actually, I think if you go back to the documents that you have in your file and you print them out at full size, I believe that's 24 by 36 when it prints out at full size. But yes, in your packet, it's quite shrunk down.
Or any further comments? Yes, Mr. Mavers, the only thing I think that needs to be considered in whatever you do in any of these activities in Roswell is Roswell has a problem with north-south traffic, and people need to figure that out when you have Washington Street that's not straight, when you have Union Street that's not straight, and this one, Nevada, goes down to College, I guess is where this one's going.
Right. Once it goes beyond College, of course, it runs into the Spring River Golf Course. Again, it's not a through street either. So, yeah, we're looking.
And so
myself and the city engineer, we are taking a look at that. And in fact, later this year, we hope to be updating our comprehensive plan, which will include a new circulation element. We'll be taking a look at north-south and east-west major arterials to make sure that traffic flow is satisfied throughout the city.
I mean, I look at this, and if whatever they said, there were 800 houses that are going to be put in that. To me, I think that's created a traffic nightmare on Country Club, and I think you're going to have a huge problem with that. The city's going to have a huge problem with that, and because number one, Country Club does not drain at Country Club at Washington does not drain well, in my opinion. And I think that you're gonna have a huge issue when you have rain and people trying to get out of this and going down Country Club, because even as a 4-lane street, yeah, I think you're gonna have a lot of problems because I think the traffic density is way too heavy for 800 houses, and it's an awful lot of people moving in there. Nevada. And I think it's a poor plan, in my opinion. Councilor Hildebrand, did you?
You know, I travel down Nevada or Country Club every day, and that road is heavily traveled. And I don't know what is your plan, because that is a very narrow passageway there. And in fact, right now, that road is getting a lot of heavy use with heavy equipment running down that road, Mr. Mavers. And what is the city's plan to maintain that road? Because it's deteriorating. I go down that road every day, twice a day.
Again, what you're looking at is long-term cumulative effects. We are addressing those long-term cumulative effects in a number of different ways. Of course, we are going to be, if you look at the overall subdivision and the way it's designed, thank you, that's the slide I was looking for. Again, we're going to have 2 additional east-west streets. We're looking for Sycamore to start taking a lot of the load off of both Country Club and Main Street. When we start looking at the old municipal airport and how we're going to design and develop that, there will be additional commercial development along Sycamore at Old Municipal Airport. The idea is to keep those people that live in the west end, northwest area of the city, living, working, shopping, playing, doing everything in that portion of the city, rather than having them drive back and forth across the city. If they need to get to the very south end of the city, let's say they have a job down at the airport with one of the new facilities being built, then of course the much better route to the south end of the city is to go over to the relief route. Go west on Country Club over to the relief route. In fact, I took that drive. I actually live north of Country Club, so I drive the same route you do every single day. And I had a meeting at the airport a few days ago. From the door, when I left my house to the airport, using the relief route, 12 minutes. Very easy drive if you go that direction.
No, I agree with you. That is but I'm concerned that Country Club is very narrow in there, and you start putting additional traffic in there. Well, and I don't go through there at 7:45 in the morning, and you'll see what the issue is. And at the 4-way stop there at Sycamore and Country Club, it's always a backlog, and you got tremendous traffic already over at Gateway School when school's starting in session. So I just want to make sure that you have created plans to alleviate these, just like the mayor was talking about. You've alleviated these traffic flow problems.
We're going to be working on all of those. Again, the cumulative effects that you're talking about, it's not just limited to this project. We have cumulative effect problems going on all over the city. We're seeing tremendous growth north, south, east, and west, and we have a number of different intersections, a number of different choke points. One of the worst right now is 2nd and Sycamore. 2nd and Sycamore is an awful intersection right now, and we need to address that intersection and what's going on. There are a number of other intersections, other number of choke points. The city engineer and I meet at least once a week, and sometimes much more often than that, to discuss these very issues. We discuss them on a project-by-project basis. And again, it comes down to realizing that, especially at Country Club in this area, as this gets built out, Country Club will be widened in this area. We may have to be so that we're looking at 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, from the full length from Sycamore all the way to Main Street, and then going east, it'll still be 2 lanes, but again, you're going out to the relief route, and it's a straight shot. There's no stop signs or anything in between.
Right, and the county has just resurfaced that road today.
Yeah,
they were in there resurfacing it. I just hope we haven't put the cart before the horse, and that we are going to be building these additional thoroughfares to handle this traffic.
Well, I know that the city manager and I are discussing my responsibilities for capital projects for fiscal year 23, and one of the things he has asked me to look at is an update to our comprehensive plan, which will include a major update to our circulation element, which will address all of these issues.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I'm not against the project. I just want to make sure the city's prepared to handle this amount of growth that we're planning on in this city. And hooray for the growth. So I would hope that we're going to see that in your next budget proposal, Mr. Neeb.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further comments? You know, you can talk about going from there and going out to the relief route and getting to the college and stuff, but you're not going to have 5% of the people that go out that road to get to the college. I don't think you'll have 5%, because all the activity in Roswell is down on Main Street and further south. And the roads that are curved, you know, that whether it be Washington or whether it be Union, Montana. Montana's at least big enough to, you know, where people can go somewhat of some kind of a speed, but on Washington and the others, they're all places where things are going to be slowed down. And if you look at all this stuff, if you get them out to whatever that street is, 19th or whatever, if you can get them back out, because I can't read the numbers either, but if you get them down to it, if you have that circle thing in the middle of where a roundabout, I guess is what that thing is in the middle, is a roundabout or an egg about, because it looks more like an egg. But if you getting people in that, I'm afraid there's going to be a lot of real slow traffic in there for people moving, and I don't know that your arterial streets that you have in there are large enough for the area where you are. But that's all I have. Is there any other further comments?
Forgive my rudeness, Mr. Mayor and Council. Judy Stubbs, number 1, Brazos Circle. I love this project, and I'm so excited that it's coming. And I have definitely many of the traffic concerns that you all just spoke about, so I will not cover that, other than I'm concerned about a couple things. When you look at the actual plat, you should have it in your packet. There's a place where there are over 32, thank you, there it is, on that top round part, where there are like 32 houses before there is a break off of that road. And that really concerns me, because like you've already talked about, the congestion that I think is going to happen in those spots. And the other thing that I'm concerned about as well, and talked about again at the commission, is there's no green space in any of this. And I'm thinking that the majority of these homes will be purchased, I would assume, as starter homes with families with children. And it concerns me when I look at this, where are they going to have a place to play. And I would just like to see a few of these areas turned into green space, because I just think that that's causing a lot of congestion. I think that's all I'm going to say. You all have said it all. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you. And I've signed up to sign on the next one too, or to speak on the next one too, Mr. Mayor.
You're on.
Thank you.
Okay, my question is, wow, my other one wasn't quite as loud. My question is, fire lane access, police access. I assume there's fire hydrants in here. I'm sure they'll be placed correctly. Matt, could I get you to come up, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I haven't actually seen the actual plans of this. I've just kind of seen it like this. I don't know whether my fire marshal currently has either. From here to there, it does look fairly tight. Kevin can probably help me too. There are, on the residential streets, I don't know exactly what the width is, but as far as fire lane access, basically fire lane access would require those roads to be at least 20 feet wide. Those turns in those neighborhoods can be a trick. We go by a semi-truck radius turning template. That's how we measure on plans to make sure that we can make the turns. Cul-de-sacs, basically any one-way in or out access for fire truck access is required. If it's over 150 feet, then they're required to build us a turnaround. And so cul-de-sacs get kind of tricky in towns all over the United States because I think the city street requirements for cul-de-sac as compared to the turnaround access that fire truck is going to be required to have are maybe a little bit different. But I think this is awesome. Roswell needs something like this. I just hope that we do go through the entire plan review process and make sure we will have the water and access in these neighborhoods in the future as they get built.
Kevin, do you have anything to add? Sorry. Thank you, Matt.
Let me go ahead and back up to the overall master plan here. There we go. And again, it's a little bit hard to see, but one of the things we're always concerned about when you're master planning a community is public safety, ingress and egress, the ability to, if there is a major fire or a water line break or some other kind. When you look at the entire subdivision and you look at the entire way it's laid out, there are at least two ways to get in and out of, when the project is completed, there's at least two ways to get in and out of every unit. Once it's all completed, you'll have multiple ways to ingress and egress. All the streets have been designed extra wide, again, to facilitate the inclusion of we have very large firefighting equipment in this town. I think some of the largest firefighting equipment I've ever seen. The cul-de-sacs are designed for the equipment to be able to turn easy as well. And the city engineer required that a water flow test and pressure test be done on our existing system. The water lines that'll be going in, as well as the fire hydrants themselves, all will have adequate capacity and flow rate to provide more than adequate fire protection.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Boy, this is a lot hotter than it used to be. My question is, when you're looking at this plan, units 5 and 6, is that green space going? At one point, I thought there was a green space built in there at the units 5 and 6. Is that currently still? I know right here it just said designed fencing, but.
Right. Originally, the original master plan, and I've got a copy of it in my office, units 5 and 6 were designed for some additional single-family residential homes, along with a very large dual-use retention basin. We have a pretty significant flow of water that comes from the northwest diagonally across the property and then drops into the city property, the north end of the old municipal airport property, and then runs across that property and inundates Noon Optimus Park, where we have. Right now, myself and the city engineer, we are working on a major hydrology study that's looking at all this water that flows through there. We're probably going to have and we wanted the developer to hold off on units 5 and 6 because that's where the water collects right now before it enters into the city property. So there's going to be some changes to units 5 and 6 based on the completed hydrology study that's being done right now. Okay? That's why it's blank in this particular one. We do understand that we have to put something in there. With respect to parks, okay, as of right now, where this property is located, We are half a mile from Cielo Grande. Okay, we have not proposed, at least so far, any kind of pocket parks or anything like that, because we don't necessarily feel it's necessary. In talking to the city manager and talking to our Parks and Recreation Department, we actually have more parks citywide than we have people that will use them. We're actually over-parked that's why we have difficulty maintaining some of them. So knowing that Cielo Grande is only half a mile away, knowing that Noon Optimist is less than that and something, there's going to be plenty of places within a 10-minute walk. And when Nevada gets built out, it will be built out with full curb gutters, sidewalks, and everything else. It'll be an easy, short 10-minute walk to the biggest park we have in town.
Okay. And during the development of all this, we still have all our curbing fees in place, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we
so
do.
that pay for our parks development and maintenance.
Yes. They will be required to pay their in lieu fees for their parks and things like that.
All right. I yield. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Hildebrand, please. Thank you, Councilor Foster.
Mr. Mayers, I see there's 14, is it 14 parcels here? Is that what we're talking about?
Currently, the master plan calls for 14 units.
So we're going to go through this 14 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any further comments? You know, what is it? I think for the firemen, I think it's either 600 or 700 feet there has to be a fire plug. 500 feet? Okay. And so when you look at that, that's quite a few fire plugs. But you know, when I look at these houses, and I'm sitting here thinking that how many people are going to live in one of these houses at 80 feet by 100, and the 100, I guess, is the long way. So the short one, I mean, they look designed different than I mean, maybe they are twice as long as they are wide, but you know, a lane on a car is what, maybe 10 feet to park a car. And I look at this, and with the current number of cars that there is basically in every home, there's at least 3. So to me, when I look at this, I think the size of your streets and everything, you're going to have somebody parked in front of almost every house if they have 3. I mean, I don't think you're going to build 3-car garages. And so I think you're going to have an awful lot of cars parked on the street, which are going to cause a lot of traffic problems because they're not all going to park on the north side of the street or the south side of the street. I think this is extremely dense. And while you can go to you talk about a half a mile to a park over there to Cielo Grande, but you have to remember too that Cielo Grande also has there's a number of soccer fields and other things there that are there for a lot of sports. There's not a lot of basketball goals or anything over there like some of our other parks, but soccer and things like that. You know, I think that's just being a half a mile for all those people in that. To me, I think there should be more of some kind of little areas or green space or something in there, in keeping with what I consider to be when we did Cielo Grande and the whole airport. That whole thing was an area of green space. Was what it was. What when we did that park, that's what it was about, and the old airport was about, was an area of green space. And I just think the density level, the size of the lots is going to cause a lot of problem, because I don't think 80 feet's very much. 80 by 100, and I wonder how many more kids we're going to have playing basketball in the streets. You know, like it seems to be something that's happening quite a bit now. And I did have to get a little chuckle when you started talking about the parks and about the density of the parks. And you know, what were we, that we didn't, that there was plenty of parks there and everything else for everybody. And I just came back, were you here when they came up with a deal for $61 million in baseball parks? I mean, you know, come on.
I was here while that was being proposed, yes.
And, you know, and that's just me. I think when you look at that, we're gonna be a long time before we need $61 million in baseball parks. And I just think it's, sometimes this is really packed in there, and I guess it just probably bothers me some because it's an area of the city that I was hoping would stay for open space, but it's like we sold everything we could sell here lately. Everything that's for sale. They even put the Coca-Cola field up, had an appraisal on Coca-Cola field to sell it. And maybe they're going to sell it to the fair board, but I just find that bothersome to me that you would sell something like Coca-Cola field, which maybe and I'm not a big baseball guy, but you know, that's a pretty historic park.
Point of order, Mayor. I'm sorry, but we've got a motion and a second. We're not talking about baseball fields.
I was.
Yeah, but it's not on the agenda. We're trying to get through a business.
Well, I think when we're talking about the density of this and, you know, whether or not we want to have this happen again.
But selling Coca-Cola field to the fair board, how does that have anything to do with what we're this?
Well, I think anytime you have something that, Counselor, anytime you have something that deals with the housing and the areas that children have to play and to be in and to use for exercise and things, I think it's all important. So
It can be important, but it's not pertinent to this business. And
not
that's
to you, but that's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. Keep it to yourself if you want to. But I'm going to vocal mine, and you can vocal yours. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm just saying we've got to get through with this business, and we have several more. So
That's
if
fine.
we're going to finish at 1 or 2 in the morning.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let council know, and I recognize with so many new faces on the dais, there's definitely the concerns of what has gone into this, what concerns have been considered, what has truly been looked at, what in depth have we considered. Just to bring a little bit from a counselor's position versus a staff's position, we have a gentleman out here right now that is a developer who developed a significant amount of homes in Hobbs. He's here with us tonight. He sat through a lot of this, the whole meeting tonight to be here with us on this. I traveled down to Hobbs with Mr. Mavers, and we took the day to spend with him to look at current developments, current trends, what people are looking for in New Mexico. And what we found, I was actually surprised when I saw this, just to be very transparent with you, I had very many of the very exact same concerns. I went down and I toured a development. I don't know how many homes are in that development, but it was hundreds of homes. I mean, a lot. Me personally, I wouldn't want to live on small lots, but the trend for many families, that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for the maintenance and upkeep of a large yard. They're not looking for the maintenance and upkeep of a lot of outdoor things. While I was there, the block that I live on, where I live, the average home, I got to thinking about it as I was looking, has the ability to park 4 cars off of the street. And that's 2 inside a garage and 2 on the driveway. Mine, I counted up, between my garage, I live in a corner lot, I can get 9 cars on pavement off the street. Yet there's always going to be those times someone's having a party or somebody's doing something where there are people parking in the street. But when I looked at the development there in Hobbs that was being done very professionally, I saw women and their children with strollers going down beautiful sidewalks. I saw kids playing basketball in their driveways. I did see some kids riding bikes in the street, just like any neighborhood, like when I was growing up, that we all did. I just want to reiterate, and I recognize the concerns that are being had, but after talks with staff, there have been communications with the school system to say, hey, there's going to be an influx of community here. What about your planning? Because that's part of what intergovernments do. We discuss these things with each other. I don't know how far we've gotten with that, but I do know that there have been communications with the school systems to let them know what's coming ahead so they can be planning. There's been much consideration put into a lot of this. This is a current trend. A lot of people like housing this way, to live close to each other. And after I went down and watched and saw what I saw in Hobbs, I was convinced that this is something that could make Roswell better and be able to bring good housing to our people, which we're going to need. We're about to have a new company up and running that's going to bring us hundreds of jobs out at the bay, at the airport. And I foresee with economic development, we're going to see significant more come along with that. We're going to need to take care of this housing problem. And so I think this is a good step forward. But I did want to mention we have discussed with the school systems and those other areas to try to alleviate some of those problems as we could. I yield.
Counselor, if I could just add on to that, we have not just been in touch with the school system, but Meredith Hildreth, our planning and zoning administrator, was part of the advisory board that was dealing with the planning for future facilities planning with the Roswell Independent School District. So we are definitely in touch with them all the time. They are well aware of the potential population and the potential growth out here. We're all aware that the school on 19th is incapable of handling the amount of people coming through. So the master planning, the district is well aware. They are looking for, from what I understand, another site in the northwest corner of town for an elementary school, and possibly in the northwest side of town for a high school as well. But again, it's up to them to site their facilities. But they have the data from us.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the only other thing that I would say, since you've asked, is I recognize your desire to have open space. I do think that is something we always need to consider. Yet there is a significant amount of acreage out there. And I know that my entire time of being on the council, we didn't want to just haphazardly throw anything in there. We've been very studious in trying to make sure that whatever we did was going to be something that would be beneficial to the entire community. This is going to add that ability to not just have commercial on Main and 2nd Street, to start pocketing these things, commercial in different areas, to alleviate some of that pressure off of those main arteries. And I don't say this in a sarcastic way. I just don't want to see this property left just for the antelope to enjoy. I think that we could put good housing here and still have plenty of room in the future for other great things to take place. I yield.
One of the things the developer has built in, you look in the northwest corner there, that's 30 acres of C2 zone commercial right now, and they have submitted preliminary plans. They are on a lookout right now. They're in negotiations with a couple of different supermarkets. So we are going to have shopping in this area within just a short walk from all of these homes, where people can do their regular grocery shopping, where they have a drugstore, where they can do their day-to-day needs can be satisfied out in this area without having to go to Main Street, without having to go to 2nd Street. Okay? We're trying to make sure that people can take care of their daily business, include going to school, in this general area without having to overload our major arterials.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do yield my.
Okay, Councilor Moore?
I do see the eye that it says preliminary sketch. So while we're doing all these things, that just says preliminary, that I see real, you just like this fine print, but it says, this is a preliminary sketch and is subject to adjustments and changes. So I think, we're, no one up there putting the cart before the horse, kind of fussing about some of the small stuff. And I'm sure this is not your first rodeo, right? So I'm sure the little things that they were all talking about, they've already been adjusted, but, it's a lot. It just seemed like a lot in the space. I guess I'd have to see it, to believe it, but it just seems like a lot of houses. And I'm not like to be that close, but if that's what people like, that's on them. And I'm still like, here we're down north where we got another, they're gonna have a grocery store and some other stuff, but we don't have one up, close to where we live down there. So, it'd be nice to have some place to shop on that side of town too. But, so this number 1 is gonna take how long?
I'm sorry?
This circle that you got on here that says number 1.
Okay.
On my picture. On the time frame
And
is
I
where
just
you got
did it
this
again. There we
number,
go.
this little circle that's
Yeah,
that
that's
plaque.
unit 1. That's what we're talking about right now.
Yes.
The next unit where we're right after this, we'll be talking about unit 7, which is immediately to the west, right across the street, which will build out the nice entrance and both sides of Nevada.
They're
which
gonna
will
start
this
building
coming-
at the same time?
From what that's why you're getting approved the same time. So they're slightly different lot sizes. They appeal to a different market space. And that's one of the things that I'm glad you pointed out, that this is a preliminary plan. Okay. There has to be flexibility built in so that they can respond to market trends. Right now, market trends are towards smaller, not towards larger. Okay. The cost of housing going up exponentially. The only way you can bring it back down is to build smaller homes on smaller lots. That's how you handle the entry-level market. And we're going to have a lot of people, if we're going to provide homes for our children and our grandchildren and the people moving in here, we have to have those entry-level homes. Okay? But we also need the move-up homes for after you've had a couple of kids. And then after you've made it big, you need those executive homes. And this subdivision is designed to serve all 3 markets in a variety of different ways.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. Next, we have Counselor Arnold.
Yes, thank you. I've actually worked in the subdivision down in Hobbs, and I actually think it's quite delightful. I've been watching the proposed plans for this development for a minute now, and I'm actually very excited about what has been proposed and kind of the vision that has been put behind it. I do want to ask basically 2 questions. What is the revenue consideration that we should be looking at from actually, providing some infill or some housing where we have empty lots? What is the revenue that we can look at? Have you tabulated that as far as tax revenue, property tax revenue?
That is going to, of course, be a function of the value of the homes that are built.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We haven't bothered to try to calculate that out at this point. All we know is that when this built out, it's going to be a whole lot more than what it is today as vacant land. There's
exactly.
no doubt about that.
So, can you kind of, I guess, define for me, so I suppose I have 3 questions, I'm sorry. The actual relationship with the developer and utilizing that, do we just build the infrastructure and he comes in and develops it, or what's the actual relationship there?
What we have here with a master plan community is you have a developer-builder relationship.
Okay.
The master developer, which the gentlemen are here in the audience, the master developer does all of the groundwork. They lay in the backbone infrastructure, they do all the grading, they do the master planning, they run the maps through. Once the lots are ready for development, then they sell the completed lots to the merchant builders. The merchant builders then come in and build the homes that they believe they can sell. And from what I understand right now, merchant builders are lining up for this project. These homes will be going vertical probably by summer.
Nice. Okay, and the final question is, I just wanted to, because it's been a minute since I heard Councilor Hildenbrandt speak, but as I understand, to me, I recognize that traffic is difficult on Country Club and Sycamore at certain times of the day, but there is, when you, of course, plan for a subdivision like this, you do plan for expansion of the roads, and that's just something to come. But I didn't hear the end of that, where I believe that he was kind of, you guys actually concurred that yes, there will be expansion.
The answer to your question is yes, we are requesting that the roads be widened, at least along the frontage here. And in fact, the main entrance at Nevada and Country Club will include actually acceleration and deceleration lanes. So people turning into the subdivision will actually get out of the through traffic to make their right turn. People coming out of the subdivision will be in a third lane to the right while they will accelerate and then merge. The idea being that we will keep through traffic flowing, people going, entering, exiting, then will have their own lane, so they won't impede traffic.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. I mean, because normally you would deduce that that's part of, planning. And
Yes.
so I figured you already had it covered.
It is definitely
Okay.
part of the plans for this
Okay,
this
very
development.
good.
Yes.
All right, I'm excited for it. That's all I want to say. Thank you. I yield my time.
I know our builders are excited about it. Our local builders are very excited about it.
Any further comments? I just, all these houses, to me, I would assume they can qualify for the 5,000 or whatever the subsidy is for free sewer and hookups and all that.
These homes will qualify for our municipal infrastructure reimbursement program. Okay? The documentation for that is being prepared right now, not for this, the overall documentation. We expect to have the development agreement, the standard development agreement, ready for review by the city manager and by the city attorney next week. And then at that point, we'll be ready to start accepting applications for people that want to participate in that program.
All right. Seeing no further comments, I guess if the members would vote to approve item 18 on the agenda, vote to approve or disapprove, whatever, express your opinion, please. Okay, by a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative, we've approved item 18. We can go to item 19 now, case number 22006 for the final Oaks plats for subdivision unit 7 for 48 lots.
Mr. Mayor and council members, again, zoning case 22006.
Mr. Mayor, if we
final
could
plat
make the
for Unit
motion.
7 on the Oaks subdivision.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr.
Make a motion.
Neighbors. Councilman Perry, you have,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and a vote of 5-0, I make a motion that we approve zoning case 22-006, which is the final plat for the Oak Subdivision Unit 7 to create 48 residential lots in the R1 residential district to facilitate the development of single-family residential property units south of Country Club Road and west of Nevada Avenue.
we have a motion, we have a second by Councilman Foster, are you second? So, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now, Mr. Mavers, it's your turn.
And again, I apologize, Mr. Mayor and council members. I was just responding to Councilor Foster's request that we speed things up this evening. So
Well, he's not
apologize for
running the
jumping the
meeting.
gun. Okay. Anyway, back to the zoning case. This is a 13.61 acre project, which is on the west side of Nevada, directly opposite the project you just approved. This final plat will create 48 additional residential lots. You can see in the circle right there, Unit 7 is immediately west of Unit 1. So by building both of these at the same time, we're going to have a very nice main entrance coming off of Country Club with our acceleration and deceleration lanes. And then Nevada will get built out fully on both sides of the street so that we have a very nice entrance into what should be an incredibly nice subdivision and a wonderful place for people to live. You can see this one, we don't have any cul-de-sacs in this one. We have some interconnecting streets and the beginnings of a loop around units 7 and 9, which will be coming forward hopefully next month. Okay. Planning and Zoning did recommend at 5-0 for approval of zoning case 22006, and we're asking the council to consider approval of this zoning case, the final plat for the Oaks Unit 7 to create an additional 48 residential lots south of Country Club and west of Nevada. And once again, I stand for questions.
Okay, we have Excuse me, former Councilman Stubbs, would you care to respond to this? And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I appreciate this. Again, I just want to reiterate a few things, and I think that it's really not the number of parks, it's the location of the parks. And I'm still concerned about kiddos having to walk through fields and all of that. If they're going to go to Cielo Grande, or if they're riding a bike, they're going to have to go over to Union, and there's a lot of traffic there. So I'm still concerned about having green space and a little bit of area for young people to go to. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. My concern in the length of these roads is the parking on the streets, as well as the visibility that there's lacking of if that were to happen. So I'm talking about the safety of the streets. And again, here's another subdivision with 25 or so houses before there's a break in the street. And the 48 and the 62 houses comes to 110 with no green area. Thank you.
Councilor Hildebrand, please.
Mr. Mavers, could you put that map up? I can't even read this map that's in my packet. I mean, this has got to change. Somehow we got to do something different in the future, because I cannot read any of this at all. And to the point where I wouldn't be in favor of this because I can't see what I'm voting on.
I'm not sure how we could get you larger maps in the packet, but I'll definitely look into that with the city clerk. Certainly we can print them at a larger scale.
Mr. Mayor, if you want to see it, you can step right up here and see it.
Oh, no, I see it all the time, but it's a, we can
I'm
get
not blaming you. I'm just blaming, this is not something that I want to take lightly when we look at this, because I have concerns just like Mrs. Stubbs has concerns that all these lots with no green spaces, and that's why I said earlier, are we going to go through this, 17 times?
14.
14 times?
Yes. We will find a way to get larger maps to you, sir.
Thank you. But I would like to see, again, what are these lot sizes? If you'll go back, I can see it a little better on your screen.
Yeah. These lots are actually slightly larger than the lots that we have.
Somewhat similar in size.
By 127. Looks like 74 feet by 127.
75 to 85 feet wide. My name is Jim Mitchell. I live at 5006 Thunderbird Lane, Roswell, New Mexico. We've been working on this project now with the city for a year. We have approved plans that were approved by Mr. Nahar. All the fire protection, everything's been looked at and approved. We have done the soils analysis studies on this project, so we know what all the concerns are with that. We've done a flood analysis on this project, so we've handled all the rainwater concerns. We've dotted every I and crossed every T. These lots run 75 to 85 feet wide, typically 110 foot deep. And the reason why the density is so high is in today's market with infrastructure cost, you cannot build medium income homes on 5-acre lots, or acre lots. It just doesn't work. You got to cram them in there, and that's the only way we're going to gain growth in Roswell.
I appreciate the size of your lots, because, I mean, these are very, very good size lots. When you're 80 feet by 120, that's a pretty good size lot.
Yes, sir.
In today's world. Right.
Yeah, and it's tough on the builders. You know, they got to build cinder block walls. It's these lots, as they expand, it pushes these homes into. It takes a home from a upper $200,000 home and shoves it into a $400,000 home, and it knocks out 70% of the buyers in Roswell. So,
I commend you by taking the risk on this. You're the guy taking the risk, it's not the builders.
You bet I am.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Counselor Corn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow the comments of Councilman Hildebrand about the size of type. I suggested to Mr. Fuentes at our meeting the other day that many of the documents we had were pretty small, and he suggested that I go steal a printer from Mr. Nahar, because he's got a large size printer. And I see him back there. These eyes are getting old and tired, and they don't see real well, right, Lewis? So I'm just going to reiterate to everybody, you'd be doing us all a favor. I notice there's a lot of glasses here and up here and sitting down here. So that ought to give you a signal. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? I would just be curious, are these all electric, or is there a gas line? Do you put the electric and the gas line in the front, or they have natural gas? Are the gas lines in the front of the property, or are they in the back?
No, in the front there, you'll notice there's no alleys.
Yeah,
In
so
this subdivision, so all of our water and sewers going in the streets, and the dry utilities would be behind the sidewalk.
So would the meters be back up against to the house? Or?
The meters will be on the side of the house.
Side of the
They won't be visible from the street.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, if the members would vote for item 19, zoning case 22-006 for the unit 7 of the Oaks subdivision. Okay, by a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negatives, item 19 has passed. And thank you, Mrs. Stubbs, for staying so long to give that. Next, we have item 20, consider task order G of the professional service agreement with Armstrong Consultants to update the airport master plan and airport layout plan. Councilman Corn.
Thank you, Senator. Oh, excuse me, Mayor.
I know.
Can you please turn on your microphone?
I don't want to turn that sucker on. I don't want anybody to know what I'm saying. Especially on the recording that's being recorded over there. Anyway, this is a new professional service agreement with Armstrong Construction to update the master plan at the airport. I believe the last one was done in 2014? 2012. 2012. Well, excuse me for being off 2 years. The reason why these aren't more regular, Mayor and City Councilors, is it's kind of one of those things that the federal government decides they need to do a master plan, so they dangle the money bag in front of you, and so you scramble around and get something done. We hope when we finally get everything in place that we'll have a new master plan a year after, but that may be a year and a half down the road from today because it takes time to get all this stuff. The proposal, if you look at it, includes lots of meetings with citizens and affected members, and it's pretty intensive undertaking. And with that, I'll wait for my second, I guess. I got to do that, so he'll get a second.
Can please for item 20 on today's agenda.
With that, Mr.
Okay, you got Representative, Councilman Perry has seconded your motion, so
What do I do if I don't want him to second my deal?
you can't second your own.
He just took it away. With that, Mr. Stark.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. As Councilor Corn said, this is a request to consider approval of task order G for the as part of the Armstrong Professional Services Agreement, and it is to update the master plan for the airport. The last time it was updated was 2012. That's a typical 10-year period. There's not really a tied down period with the FAA, but 10 years is pretty typical of when master plans are updated. So we're running into that cycle as we speak. The cost of this master plan update would be $721,052.38, and that is covered by a AIP grant from the FAA of 95% with a 5% match that we would split with the state. As Councilor Corn mentioned as well, there's going to be a lot of public involvement. We start the process off with a kickoff meeting and a selection of a technical advisory committee that will walk through the process. There are 11 elements in the whole process that will take probably close to a year to complete. With that, rather than go through the whole 36 pages, I'll stand for your questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Stark for this item on the airport master plan? Okay, seeing none, would all those who would care to vote for or against item 20, which is the professional service agreement with Armstrong Consultants to develop the airport master plan and layout plan? Okay, finally, that's by a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Item 20 is passed, the airport master plan. Next, we have item 21. We have for the contract and research and generation of a new airport security plan approved by the TSA. And I'd yield to Mr. Corn, I believe, first.
Your microphone, please.
Trying to keep you in the dark over there. The first has to do with the operation of the airport, and since 9/11, we've had great emphasis put on airports for airport security. So this is the second part of things that we need to study. And with that, I'll yield. It's got. What is down here? How come you're not standing up over there? Oh, I know who he is, but if you'll proceed, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Representative, or excuse me, Councilman Corn. Do we have a second? We have a second by Council Lady Arnold. So now, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, this is a proposal for the consideration of contracting the research group, Faith Group LLC. What this is for the airport security plan. This is part of the like Councilor Corn was stating, is for the TSA requirements. We discussed in finance about doing several phases, but for purposes of being able to get this completed in the time that it's needed, we're only going to focus on phase one. That's going to be $99,268.96, and that'll be paid out of the Air Center reserve funds, and it will require a budget adjustment. And with that, I'll stand. Oh, it was recommended by the Finance Committee on the meeting on April 11th, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay, do we have any questions on item 21 on the airport security plan? Seeing none, then if the councilman will please vote on item 21 for the airport security plan. Thank you. By a vote of 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative, item 21 is passed. We have item 22. It's the award for security guard services for the Roswell Air Center. This allows the city to contract with three vendors for, to carry out security at the airport. And three different vendors, one from Lubbock, one from Roswell, two from Roswell. And Councilor Hildebrand, please.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I just say, I spoke with Councilor Sanchez earlier today, and he is going to be recusing from this vote because his son was part of the
That's fine.
taking care of this, so he wanted me to make sure and make that very clear. He'll stay sitting here, but he won't be voting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hill, Perry, and Councilor Sanchez. Okay, so.
Mr. Mayor and fellow councilors, I move to consider the recommendation of the Evaluation Committee in RFP 22-010 Security Guard Services and authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with the recommended offers, Imperial Risk, SCP Security, and Crusader Protective Services for a multi-service award.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Hildebrand and a second by Councilman Foster. So, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, would the councilman please vote with their buttons? Did somebody turn the buttons on or what? Oh.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, that's good. And we have motion by Ed, second by Barry. Okay, we get to all that down.
Ask him if he's got any comments.
Who do you want to have comments?
Ask if he's got any comments.
Mr. Christopher, do you have any comments?
Mr. Hildebrand said it, but it's basically the same thing as we are recommending a award to three services, Imperium Risk, SCP Security, and Crusader Protective Services. And Mr. Parker does need to make a disclosure.
As was just mentioned in regard to Councilor Sanchez, we actually do have two of the proposed vendors are owned by people who have relationships with the city, familial relationships. That is, one is son of the counselor, and then another is a husband of our payroll administrator. I say all of that because pursuant to governmental ethics laws, in order for us to enter a new contract with those people, a couple things need to be done. One is that it has to be done pursuant to a competitive process. We've accomplished that by doing an RFP, and then the second aspect of that is that it has to be given public notice, and we have to show that there was no conflict of interest in the sense that the person that had the relationship was not involved in any way in the decision to award the contract. So that's why Councilor Sanchez is removing himself from this item, and as well, obviously, our payroll administrator had nothing to do with the evaluation of this RFP.
And I'll stand for questions.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, if the members will please vote. Okay, by a vote of 9 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Excuse me, there's 8-1. Okay, by a vote of 8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, we have approved item 22, which is RFP 22-10 for security guards. Next, we have item 23, the election of the pro tem for the election of the pro tem's office. We have oh, yes, sir. We called you. We had that earlier this morning. Okay, let me see if we have that now or later. We have that. Okay. Okay, we have to finish this here. We have for the election of the pro tem, consider holding an election for the pro tem that we have down here. Mr. Counselor Perry, do you have
Mr. Mayor, at this time, traditionally what occurs is if any counselors either want to self-nominate or if there's any nominations from one counselor to nominate another, they would request to speak, and then they would mention either their name or another counselor's name for nomination, and then there would be a roll call vote at that time to determine if indeed we have a successor or not.
Okay, does any member wish to nominate another member for, or themselves? I guess you can nominate yourself too. Okay, we have on the list, we have Counselor Moore.
I'd like to nominate Counselor Perry for Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, we have a nomination from Counselor Moore for Counselor Perry. Are there other, we have Mr. Counselor Foster. Would you,
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I want to self-nominate, throw my hat in the ring.
okay, we have Counselors Berry and Foster. Are there any other nominations for this? Oh, excuse me. Mr. Patterson, did you?
No, I think Councilor Perry covered it well. Once everybody's done nominating, we'll do a voice vote, and each counselor will say the name of the nominee that they are voting for. If there is not a majority, so far we've only got two, so it's going to be, but if 3 were named and there's not a majority, we would have to do a subsequent procedure at that point to eliminate one of the 2 lower people and then do another vote on top of that, but hopefully we won't get to that.
Yes, and in this vote is a vote of counselors only. And I can't vote, I can't break any ties in this because this is your, like the pro tem or whatever, and this is your elected person to represent the counselors. Is my understanding, is the same way just as any other thing. Okay. So we have a nomination now with, we have Counselor Perry nominated and Counselor Foster. So if the clerk would call the roll.
Counselor Corn? I'm sorry. Counselor Arnold?
Perry.
Counselor Sanchez?
I don't want to put any undue pressure whatsoever on Councilor Sanchez to make his vote as he would desire.
Sure.
Perry. Thank you. Counselor Corn Best.
Perry.
Counselor Halverson.
Perry.
Counselor Oropesa.
Harry.
Counselor Moore. Counselor Hildenbrand.
Perry.
Counselor Perry.
Whoa, I passed.
Yeah, you still get to vote.
Come back to me before you announce the
Yep.
decision. Right, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
I've done this before.
Counselor
Perry.
Corn.
When you get tired of voting first and you're first on the list, you pass occasionally.
Counselor Foster.
So,
Foster.
okay, by Council Perry, you've been reelected as pro tem. Or does she need to announce it? I don't. Okay, were you keeping track? Would you want to announce it, or did you want? You were the official announcer, so I would give you that opportunity.
It's 9-1. Counselor Mayor Pro Tem Perry.
Council Perry, congratulations, Council Perry. You've been elected as pro tem.
Thank you.
Okay, next is item 24, and consider the appointment of the following appointments recommended by my mayor. By the mayor, we have the city treasurer and the city police officer. I will withhold my nomination till the next meeting. However, for the city clerk, I would nominate Ms. Sharon Call. I think she has performed that job over the years remarkably well, and that's who I would ask the council to ratify as our city clerk.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor and Council. So on this item, as the Mayor has just indicated, pursuant to state statute at the organizational meeting of the City Council, which is the one right after the election, the Mayor submits for the confirmation by the governing body of the appointive offices of the municipality, which in our case are the City Treasurer, the City Police Officer, which the statute's referred to the police officer. We've typically, that's been the chief of police, although the statute calls him the police officer. And then the third one is the city clerk. In the event that this mayor does not put forward a name or the name that he puts forward is not confirmed, then at the next meeting, there's an opportunity to bring that forward again with another candidate. So the governing body of each municipality has to provide for those three appointive offices. We do have those set forth in our ordinances. And so at this time, we'll go one by one and vote whether to confirm the ones, Mayor, did I hear you say that you're skipping the police officer?
Police officer and the city treasurer.
So you're gonna-
I will skip those and do those at the next meeting.
Understood. So we have the city clerk at this time. And, and it has to be done by a majority of the governing body, 6 votes.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Best.
Thank you. So I believe my question is, our former clerk stepped away and left, and when she left, we put interim here, and then, Mr. Nebb, could you tell us, has the job description changed? I know you moved it underneath a different department, so can you explain that to me and exactly what has gone on in that area? Because I believe we've moved that to a different department, where that's not a department head anymore, and there's a new job description.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, City Council, the city clerk position, when the position was vacated by our previous city clerk, the position was reviewed, and it was, at that point in time, it was actually reduced from a director level, which was what it was under the previous clerk, to a more of a professional manager level, which is a couple tiers down. And then it was placed under the city attorney's office for management of that position.
Okay, and does that include a pay change, salary change?
There, for the employee position of the city clerk, it is a pay adjustment lower than what it was at the director level.
Okay, so I think what my question is, we've changed everything there, and we're asking someone to come back at a lower pay scale. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
This is an area that we're not sure how to respond to. We have hired a new city clerk for that position, but the mayor has the ability to appoint for the statutory responsibilities of the city clerk, or recommend that appointment of anybody that he chooses. As to how that works within the scope of an employee to the city or for that position, I guess I would lean on legal in order to tell us exactly how to manage that.
We are in a little bit of uncharted territory here in the sense that we've got some statutes out there that create an overlapping jurisdiction between the provinces of the city manager and the mayor. The city manager employs and discharges all persons in the administrative service of the municipality. And so that would cover people like the city clerk, who I would suggest is the administrative person of the entire city. Meanwhile, we have this alternative procedure, which I just reviewed with you all, that the mayor submits and the city council confirms that appointive office of clerk. What happens when the person that is hired by the city manager is different from the person confirmed by the council for the appointive office? We don't know. There's no case law on this. It hasn't happened that I've seen in any of the legal authorities.
Okay, so I think I'm trying to wrap my head around this. The way that the former city clerk left, was that an issue with HR? And we probably shouldn't be talking about
Counselor, if you do want to discuss any of that, I would suggest the appropriate action would be to move into closed session to discuss limited personnel matters. We wouldn't want to do it out in this open session.
Well, and I understand that. The problem is, how can we say yes if we don't know the full story and make everybody comfortable?
Counselor, you have the option of making a motion to close the session now because it's already on the agenda to consider the appointment of the city clerk. So if that's an option that you want to exercise, you have that.
So I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and close this meeting and move into our closed session.
Yep. Yeah.
I gotta make a motion.
Yep.
There we go. Sorry. I missed my button.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I second.
Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second, but with a request, because I want to make sure we do this properly. We have other things as well for closed session. I think that it may be appropriate to take care of all of our closed session, then come back and make that vote. So with permission granted by Councilor Best, who's made the motion, if I could make the motion to put all three into closed session, would that be okay?
Yes, sir.
So my question would be for our attorney, what section of the New Mexico statutes annotated would we be looking for that particular portion? Would it be 1015-1H2, 7?
Yeah.
It would be 2? All right. Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into closed session to discuss attorney-client privileges, matters pertaining to litigation threatened or pending against the city pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, 10-15-1H7, and to discuss limited personnel matters related to annual evaluation of the city manager pursuant to New Mexico State Annotated 1978 1015 1H2, and potential employment considerations and personal matters related to the New Mexico Statute Annotated 1015 1H2.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Would there be any objection to hearing Mr. Horn, what he cared to say beforehand? If you object, if there's by unanimous consent, we can allow that. If he doesn't take more than a couple minutes or 3 minutes. If someone objects, then we will go straight to closed session. It's late. I'm just being considerate. And if you choose, does anyone object to letting Mr. Horn have his time? He's been here all night. I'm just being fair. Mr. Horn, if you'd like to come to address the podium as briefly as possible, please.
A couple of years ago, I talked to Mayor Quinta about Janine Best and her disruptive behavior. But more than that, I talked to him about the fact that she had connected herself to a drug dealer who has been trying to bankrupt me and force me into drug dealing for 50 years. The mayor did nothing about it. He's not the mayor anymore. I'm tired of being harassed and going to the government and getting no help. This is so serious. My harassment in this town in the 22 years that I've been here is so serious that they had to close Counseling Associates because all 75 workers there were on heroin and running a corrupt operation.
Okay.
Threatening the patients and so forth. I'm requesting that Janine Best be removed. I talked with the mayor privately that time. This time I'm coming to the city councilors. Mr. Oropesa himself has told me that he has had fights with her. Years ago, I saw her meet with a farmer who's been farming on city land for 30 years.
Okay,
she attacked the farmer.
Mr. Horn, I'm sorry, but that's enough. I think that subject matters will have to be brought at another time. And if you have any charges against
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Best,
Could you repeat that?
if you have any charges against any counselor for anything, please take those up with the police department or the district attorney.
She's got heroin. She's using heroin. She's a disruption to city council.
I'm sorry. That's enough. Thank you. Okay. We have a motion on the floor to go into closed session. Can we all go into closed session? We'll be out as soon as possible.
We need a roll call.
Oh, we have to have a roll call vote. Can we have, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on that, on going into closed session?
Counselor Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Arnold?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez? Absent.
Counselor Sanchez has stepped out of the room.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Halverson?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa? Counselor Perry? Yes. Counselor Moore?
I know, but should you give him a chance?
Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
Counselor Janine Best?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we'll be meeting in the back room, right back
Okay.
this way.
And if anyone cares to take a small break before we go into the meeting, it's
I know.
you was coming in. I didn't know, I was like, I didn't do it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's why we want them to.
This were.
I think it'd be easier to pull the top off than the counter. Dude, that's a lot there. To that blue line. Here? That's where they want it to go, so you're gonna have to take these out, and you're gonna have to do deal with it, yeah. Cut that part off. So I can- I thought you were just coming to here. No, I don't know how they did that. Cause you know, I'm looking at this. Who's on top?
sock in your mouth every once in a while.
Goodness.
Okay, then we'll come back to order. What we have now is, we will have a vote on the city clerk. The positions of city treasurer and police officer will be moved to a later meeting.
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
So,
Mayor, I think we have to vote ourselves back into session.
Mr.
Councilor Perry, you have the right motion in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the way that we have handled things traditionally here is that a statement is made that the closed session is over, that our discussions were limited only to those things pursuant to the New Mexico statutes annotated as given before, and no votes were taken. Also, for the record, let the record reflect, Councilor Foster did not join us. He left. We believe as soon as we adjourned the first time, and Councilor Sanchez left, and the clerk has that time as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
okay, thank you. That was what I was going to have you do after we did that.
I'm sorry.
After we called ourselves back in, but that's all right. We got her done now. So, I would still like to have Ms. Sharon call back as clerk of the city of Roswell, and that would be my wishes. And so I guess it's appropriate now to vote. I guess would be
Roll call.
a roll call vote, and if the clerk could call the roll.
Is there a motion and second required?
Mayor Pro Tem, you
Yeah.
have to do the motion.
Out of respect for the process that we have before us this evening, I will make a motion that we appoint Sharon Call as clerk by the mayor's request.
I'll second.
Hey, we have a motion duly made and seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Corn?
Yeah.
Counselor Arnold?
No.
Counselor Sanchez is absent. Counselor Corn Best?
No.
Counselor Foster is absent. Counselor Halverson?
No.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
No. No with explanation.
Counselor Moore? Yes. Counselor Hildenbrand?
Yes.
That's tied 4-4. Oh. Oh,
So if it's,
okay. We need 6 votes of the governing body.
if 6 votes, we need a majority.
Per state statute, in order to appoint the city clerk, the mayor needs it confirmed by a majority of all the members of the governing body, meaning 6 votes.
The vote is 4-4.
Tied 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll have to look at this again, or we'll see where we go next month. That would be so. So the motion does not pass because of a tie vote. The motion does not pass. Therefore, we'll have to consider this again next month with the other 2 items that we have on there, and so that's where we would be, because the motion did not pass. Next, we have.
Mr. Mayor, if I could explain my vote.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
No, I understand it's late and everybody's tired. I understand totally. And I will just say it was a pleasure to work with Ms. Call for the years that she was here. She was a very dedicated employee, love her with all of my heart. But at this time, with the situations that we have had, I've had to vote as I did. Thank you.
Now, okay, moving right along, we have already had our closed session. There's no public participation on non-agenda items. Now, in regards to the item that we had on the cannabis, we have the legal committee is going to have a meeting. After they have a meeting, it would be appropriate to me to call for a special meeting and come up and vote or have a public hearing and call as soon as we can after your regular meeting for Mr. O'Brien as chairman of the education or the legal committee when you call that.
I got a question for you, Mr. Neem.
Yes, sir.
Yes. No.
Who was first?
Well, I have Jason Perry first, but I don't know how long he was on there.
I must have done that on accident.
Okay. Okay, then Counselor Hildebrand.
My question is, how soon could we hold a legal committee meeting with this on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, it's just a 72-hour posting. So if we're aware that you're going to have you can have a special legal committee meeting. All we need is 72 hours for posting.
Yes, Counselor, the fastest we could do that is 72 hours.
And that would be the same for the city council meeting as well, too. It's just a 72-hour time frame.
But to adopt an ordinance, the council needs to give 2 weeks' notice. So that doesn't work for adopting an ordinance.
But we're talking first reading.
Are we going back to first reading?
It hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Okay. Okay, and so you'll get with us when we have your next
Check
meeting.
the calendar and see. I want to put that on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
And I'll get with you, Mr. Patterson.
We'll get that ready.
We'll get that done. Thank you.
Hey there. One other appointment I had that was just for notice to the members of the county, the Chaves County Commission has asked that I bring a counselor to have a meeting at 7 a.m. on April the 18th, which is next Monday. We're going to meet at City Hall, as I recall. That's where we were going to meet. And I would probably have Counselor Korn, Counselor Hildebrand, and Counselor Orpesa to go with us to the to meet with the county commission, and that way we've got so that everybody can have a good meeting with them. And, so we can talk about what the main thing I think we're looking at is looking for ways for the city and the county to work together. We have a number of issues that we need to, whether it be ambulance to the dump to a number of issues, and we wanted to have an icebreaker, kind of with a lot of us here on the council. And then next time we'll change and have a few more different counselors to go. So, okay. Now there's,
Sir?
yes,
I
ma'am.
have a question on that.
Yes,
Will there be any staff from the city included in on that meeting?
I'm sure, Mr.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
they'll be here.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes,
Navin.
these informal meetings, Mr. Mayor, Council, have included the city manager, the county manager, and the deputy city manager. And that way we can have a full conversation with the elected officials and with our primary teams. So-
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Neb, is there anything else that you have to?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the work tonight. The agenda was long and there's a lot of information. You did great. The only other comment that I want to make sure I share with you is that we are getting ready we're going to internally do some work on the dais. And so we're going to be lowering the top of it. We have some cracking on the front side that we have to repair. So we're hoping that we're going to be able to get it done between the two council meetings. But if it does not happen by the next council meeting, we'll be on the floor. Just want you to be aware that is going to happen. But I know our facilities crew is ready to go. They've looked it over. They're ready to tackle it. And we're trying to keep Councilor Korn from coming out with his Sawzall to help. So, but
Well,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Neb, I think you all should understand in the Senate, we had some problems with some people that couldn't see over the railing or the dais or whatever you want to call it, but we solved all that and it worked quite easily. Every time the governor would come in, when she was a cabinet secretary, we would merely get Albuquerque phone books and stack them in the chairs to where she could see over the top. It wasn't very expensive. Now, right now, you might have to find some used phone books because there's not any phone books left that are that tall or that thick. But if you would check with the governor, it worked quite well when we just stacked the phone books in the chairs for everybody.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't matter about your size. If you sit on enough phone books, you can see over anything.
Mr. Mayor, we will work on that. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I guess, let's see Ms. Moore, would you make a motion? Well, it'd be better. Meeting's adjourned.